Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo Semarang. Fakultas ini lahir bersamaan dengan transformasi IAIN Wali Songo menjadi UIN Wali Songo Semarang. Saat ini, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik memiliki dua program studi, yakni program studi Sosiologi dan program studi Ilmu Politik. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik UIN Wali Songo Semarang bertujuan untuk membentuk sivitas akademika menjadi sumber daya yang kompeten, kritis, dan eksploratif. Dengan mengedepankan visinya untuk menjadi fakultas riset unggul berbasis kesatuan ilmu untuk kemanusiaan dan peradaban tingkat Asia tahun 2038. Selanjutnya, FISIP juga berupaya menyiapkan lulusan yang siap untuk bersaing di tingkat internasional dengan mengadakan international class tiap semester dengan menghadirkan para pakar dari berbagai universitas di luar negeri. Sebagai bentuk komitmen dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan ilmu sosial dan ilmu politik yang memiliki keunggulan dan daya saing, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik menyediakan adanya fasilitas-fasilitas pendukung di antaranya sarana dan prasarana berupa gedung utama 3 lantai dengan parkir yang luas serta ruang kelas pada gedung ISDB, gedung rektorat, ruang administrasi dan kantor, ruang disanat, ruang jurusan, ruang dosen, ruang sidang, smart class yang nyaman dilengkapi kebutuhan multimedia yang memadai, FISIP Forest Garden sebagai area diskusi dan unjuk kebolehan bagi mahasiswa, gedung serbaguna yang biasanya digunakan sebagai sarana keolahragaan bagi mahasiswa, serta perpustakaan yang menyediakan buku-buku di bidang ilmu sosial dan ilmu politik. Kantin yang nyaman, ruang teater sebagai ruang diskusi dan kegiatan lainnya, lapangan bola sebagai sarana keolahragaan, klinik Wali Songo, musola dan masjid sebagai sarana ibadah. FISIP juga memiliki laboratorium yang berfungsi sebagai unit yang mengelola kegiatan akademik seperti penelitian, pengabdian, dan pelatihan, serta kegiatan praktikum mahasiswa seperti praktikum mata kuliah atau PMK, praktikum baca tulis Quran, praktik kerja lapangan atau PKL, praktik pengalaman lapangan atau PPL. Selain itu, laboratorium FISIP juga menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai lembaga, instansi, dan daerah-daerah yang ada di sekitar Jawa Tengah sebagai representasi outdoor laboratory sebagai berikut. Tambak Lorok sebagai representasi masyarakat pesisir, Pondok Pesantren Al-Islam Mangkang sebagai representasi masyarakat Muslim.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? We will now begin the opening ceremony of the Third International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformation 2025.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wa mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Amma ba'd.
The Honorable Rector of State Islamic University Wali Songo Semarang, Professor Nizar.
Honorable Dean Faculty of Social and Political Science, Professor Imam Yahya, along with all the deans of State Islamic University Wali Songo Semarang.
All speakers who have joined this morning,
And to all participants whom we are pleased to welcome at
the
Third International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformation.
First of all, let us offer our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessings and mercy, allowing us to gather here today in good health for the Third International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformation.
May peace and blessing always be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, from whom we hope for his shafa'at on the day of judgment. Amin, Allahumma amin.
Honorable guests and all participants, allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Nadine, with my partner Ilham, as the Master of Ceremony who will guide you through today's series of events.
The first agenda is opening.
The second agenda is singing the national anthem of Indonesia, followed by UIN Wali Songo hymn and the University March.
The third agenda is Quranic recitation.
The fourth agenda is the welcoming address by Professor Imam Yahya, Dean of FISIP UIN Wali Songo Semarang.
The fifth agenda is keynote speech delivered by Professor Nizar as a rector of UIN Wali Songo Semarang.
The sixth agenda is prayer.
The seventh agenda is photo session.
And finally, we will conclude with the closing of this opening ceremony.
Honorable guests and all participants, we now come to the first agenda, which is the opening. Let us begin today's event by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
The second agenda is the singing of the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by UIN Wali Songo hymn and the University March, which will be led by Miss Az-Zaifira Maulidina Riyadi. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise from your seat.
Marilah bersama Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo.
Masa depan tunjukkan prestasi, jadi unggul di setiap langkahmu.
Kobarkan semangatmu, jihad menggali ilmu, bangkitlah era baru menunggu. Menjadi insan profesional sejati, dambaan umat dinanti.
Bekerja,
Berbakti untuk bangsa.
bekerja,
Berbaktilah karena Allah, berlandaskan akidah dengan akhlak karimah. Umat menantikan baktimu, berkompetisi menggapai ridho ilahi, ciptakan damai di bumi.
bekerja,
Berlandaskan akidah dengan akhlak karimah, umat menanti dharma baktimu, berkompetisi menggapai ridho ilahi, ciptakan damai di bumi, ciptakan damai di bumi, ciptakan damai di bumi.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
The third agenda is the recitation of Holy Quran by Miss Naila Diana Maulida. We invite her to begin.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لو أنزلنا هذا القرآن على جبل لرأيته خاشعا لرأيته خاشعا متصدعا من خشية الله. وتلك الأمثال نضربها للناس لعلهم يتفكرون. هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو. عالم الغيب والشهادة هو الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وإذ تأذن ربكم لئن شكرتم لأزيدنكم. لئن شكرتم لأزيدنكم ولئن كفرتم ولئن كفرتم إن عذابي لشديد صدق الله العظيم. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Miss Nadia.
The fourth agenda is the welcoming address by Professor Imam Yahya, Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences at State Islamic Wali Songo, Semarang. We invite him to deliver his speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin Sayyidina Maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, amma ba'du. The Honorable Rector of UIN Wali Songo Semarang, Professor Dr. Haji Nizar Ali, distinguished keynote speakers, Pak Professor Peter Swarno, Professor Saud Ali from Arizona State University, Professor Edward Aspinall from Australian National University, Professor Andi Fefta Wijaya from Brawijaya University, and our Professor Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth from UIN Wali Songo Semarang. Respected Vice Rector, Dean in UIN Wali Songo Semarang, respected guests from various countries and institutions, lecturer, student, researcher, and all participants whom I deeply respect. On behalf of the Faculty of Social and Political Science, UIN Wali Songo Semarang, I would like to welcome all distinguished speakers, participants, and guests. It is a great privilege for us to host this significant event and to be able to share knowledge and ideas across nation and discipline. The Honorable Rector, Speaker, and all participants. The third International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformation is a follow-up from the International Course Program, which has been consistently organized by Faculty of Social Political Sciences in UIN Wali Songo Semarang every semester. This course aims to expand academic discourse and international scholarly collaboration by engaging prominent scholars from prominent universities in the world. I would like to express my deep appreciation to all organizing committee for their hard work and dedication in preparing this event. And finally, I would like to say thank you very much to our rector, Prof. Nizar Ali, for the support and permission to hold this conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Many thanks to Professor Imam Yahya.
The fifth agenda is keynote speech by Professor Nizar as a rector of State Islamic University Wali Songo, Semarang. We invite him to deliver his speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa syukurillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Sayyidina Muhammadin ibn Abdullah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah. La hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Amma ba'da. The Honorable Vice Rector in UIN Wali Songo Semarang, Head Bureaus, Head of Center and Office in UIN Wali Songo Semarang, the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, UIN Wali Songo, Professor Imam Yahya, and all deans in UIN Wali Songo Semarang. The Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Universitas Wahid Hasyim, and Universitas Diponegoro. Head of Social Office of Jawa Tengah and team, the honorable invited speakers, distinguished lecturers, guests, and students. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. All praises be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has made it possible for us to gather in this honorable forum. May every step we have taken can be recorded as a good deed. Salawat and salam may always be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family and his companion. Before proceeding, I would like to extend my gratitude and warm welcome to our keynote speakers and the distinguished invited speakers who have joined us to share their valuable insight in this field. Professor Edward Espinal from Australian National University Australia, Professor Peter Swarno from Arizona State University, USA, Professor Suad T. Ali from Arizona State University, USA, Professor Andi Fefta Wijaya, MDA, for the case Universitas Brawijaya Malang, and of course, Professor Dr. Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth M. Hum from UIN Wali Songo Semarang, Indonesia. It is an honor to welcome you all, and I would also like to convey my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee for their dedication and hard work in making this important event a reality. At UIN Wali Songo, we are deeply committed to delivering education and conducting research that serve the interests of Islam, science, and technology for the benefit of humanity. We consistently strive to build meaningful collaboration with institutions both nationally and internationally. This international conference is one of our key initiatives to ensure that our mission is pursued and achieved. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the current state of global politics in high alarm, conflicts in the Middle East and South Asia continue to escalate. The threat of nuclear warfare looms dangerously. Today, world peace, social justice, and the very foundation of humanity are on the verge of collapse. Immediate and genuine action is required to restore and protect the value we hold dear. The Faculty of Social and Political Science at UIN Wali Songo Semarang stand firmly at the forefront of efforts to promote peace, justice, and intellectual progress through research and academic engagement. In line with their mission, this international conference raised critical issues surrounding democracy and social transformation in the age of artificial intelligence, or AI. We hope this conference can foster interdisciplinary dialogue, reevaluate AI's role in shaping the future and contribute valuable scholarly perspective on the intersection of democracy, humanity, and sustainability. In closing, I would like to once again thank all the speakers, guests, and participants who have enriched this event with their presence and contribution. May this conference become a source of inspiration, collaboration, and concrete solution for the betterment of our society. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless our efforts and guide us all toward peace, justice, and shared prosperity. Before I end my speech, I present a pantun in Indonesian. Berjalan-jalan di pasar Semawis, beli kue bulan biji teratai. Bumi kita dalam masa krisis, mari bergandeng tangan ciptakan damai. By asking Allah blessing, let's open this the third international conference on democracy and social transformation by saying basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma fiq ila kami tarik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Nizar.
The sixth agenda is prayer, which will be led by Dr. Moh Hassan. We invite him to lead the prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our hearts and heads for a moment while praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that this international conference can become a valuable moment for all of us. I will lead this prayer based on Islamic teachings, and those who have other beliefs are welcome to pray according to their respective beliefs. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma shalli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad sayyidil awwalin wal akhirin wa sallim radhiyallahu tabaraka wa ta'ala an kulli sahabati Rasulillah ajma'in. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakal syukru kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma lakal hamdu kulluh wa lakal syukru kulluh wa ilaika yurja'ul amru kulluh alaniyatuhu wa sirruh fa ahlun an tuhmad wa ahlun an tu'bad wa anta ala kulli syai'in qadir. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ridhaka wal jannah wa na'udzu bika min sakhatika wan nar. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ziyadatan fid din wa barakatan fil umr wa sihhatan fil jasad wa si'atan fil rizqi wa taubatan qabla al maut wa syahadatan 'inda al maut wa maghfiratan ba'da al maut wa 'afwan inda al hisab wa amanan min al adab wa nasiban min al jannah warzuqna an nazar ila wajhikal karim. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina warhamhum kama rabbawna shighara wa li asatidina wa li muallimina ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات إنك سميع قريب مجيب الدعوات فيا قاضي الحاجات اللهم إنا نسألك حبك وحب من يحبك وحب من ينفعنا حبه عندنا وارزقنا عملا يقربنا إليك وعملا يبلغنا إليك حبك برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. Ya Allah, today in this beautiful place we gathered here to hold the third international conference on democracy and social transformation with the theme rethinking democracy and humanity amidst the discourse of sustainable development in artificial intelligence era. Make this international conference a useful scientific meeting as a medium to share useful ideas, knowledge, and experiences from scholars, researchers, and students from various disciplines. May the conference be organized by useful for our lives, expand our knowledge, brighten our ideas, and lead us to become successful, productive people who in turn will increase the dignity in our nation. Ya Allah, guide and bless our heart and mind with the light of your guidance. Apply your wisdom to our activities. Help us to speak clearly and fluently. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we may be among the blessed ones. Ya Allah, protect us from unwanted temptations, so as the right is right and wrong is wrong. Give us knowledge and strength to do good things and avoid bad things. Ya Allah, only you can fulfill our prayers. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa adkhilnal jannata ma'al abrar ya aziz ya ghaffar ya rabbal alamin. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bismillahil Fatih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Our sincere thanks to Dr. Mohassan.
The next agenda, we will have a photo session together. Ladies and gentlemen, you may rise from your seat. Thank you very much. You may be seated.
The final agenda is closing. Let us end the opening ceremony of the Third International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformation by reciting Hamdalah together.
Alhamdulillahirabbil
Alamin.
That concludes the series of events for today's opening ceremony. I'm Ilham, together with Natin, as your master of ceremony. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next, we hand over the session to Mr. Nur Hashim, who will serve as the moderator for the plenary session.
Mr. Nur Hashim graduated from University of Wollongong, Australia back in 2014. After graduation, he continued his career as a lecturer in Faculty of Social and Political Science, UIN Wali Songo, Semarang. Mr. Hashim is also a co-founder of Aliansi Laki-Laki Baru, which is an association that focuses on men's involvement towards gender equality and ending violence against women in Indonesia. Please welcome Mr. Nur Hashim.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Respectable deans, vice dean, dear participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the plenary session of the Third International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformations. As you may know that the topic of the conference this year is rethinking democracy and humanity amid the discourse of sustainable development in artificial intelligence era. So we have discussed this topic since the end of last year. And we aware that the global political and social order is always changing, as mentioned by our rector, that what's happening right now in Middle East, the war between Israel and Iran, and also tension in South Asia between Pakistan and India, may change the global political and social order. But we think that the future of democracy and humanity is still become concerns of global leaders, scholars, and activists probably. And now we also still facing the climate crisis. So the issue of sustainable development still become the crucial issue in our world today, and also the emergence of artificial intelligence becoming challenge for our future humanity. So that's why this year our conference choose to select the topic of the conference, rethinking democracy and humanity amid the discourse of social, sustainable development and in artificial intelligence era. Dear guests and ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy because we have line up of invited speakers that are going to share their perspective and ideas. And also here I would like to say thank you to our invited speakers that always support us in sustaining our academic traditions, which is international conference. But before I invite speakers to deliver their presentations, I would like to introduce them one by one. The first speaker is Professor Peter Suwarno. I hope that now Peter Suwarno is already joined Uh, Prof. Peter is joining us from Arizona, probably, or from Salatiga, Prof. Alice, from Arizona. Good morning, Prof. Peter. As you may know from the Arizona State University official website, Prof. Peter Suwarno is Associate Professor at School of International Letters and Cultures. He is also member of Center for the Study of Religion and Conflict, and also Center for Asian Research. His area of expertise are Indonesian language and linguistic, religious communication, and South Asian religion and conflict. Good morning, Prof. Peter. Okay, while we are waiting for the connections, now I would like to introduce the second speaker. Our second speaker is Professor Saud Ali. It's quite difficult to pronounce her name. She is head of Faculty of Middle Eastern and Classics. She is also associate professor at School of International Letters and Cultures, Arizona State University. Professor Saud is also a Fulbright scholar and also author of several books. One of her book is Feminism, Islam, and Politics. She also writes an extensive scholarly article for journal and also national and international conference. And our third speaker is Professor Edward Aspinall. He is a professor of politics at Department of Political and Social Change, Australian National University. His recent interest is politics in Southeast Asia, especially Indonesia. So therefore, Professor Aspinall is well known among political study scholars in Indonesia. And she also authored some books, mostly about politics in Indonesia. So Professor Aspinall joining us from Australia. And the fourth speaker is Professor Andi Feftawijaya. He is a professor at Public Administration Department, Brawijaya University. He is also former Dean of Faculty Administration Science. He is also former head of the Social Science Dean Forum of State University in Indonesia, or Fordekis. His recent interests are management of public policy theory, governance, and also administration reform. And last but not least, our fifth speaker, who is joining us here in conference room, Professor Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth. She is a former, please welcome Ibu. She is a former Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science of UIN Wali Songo Semarang. She is also well known as a scholar and activist at the same time. Gerakan 100.000 rupiah. Oh, 1.000 saja. GSR. I think this is a famous movement, yeah, in Ngalian. And she is well known. She is well known as a scholar, as I mentioned, and also an activist. And her areas of expertise is anthropology, gender, conflict resolution, and she wrote many books and also journal article. So, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Professor Peter Suwarno. Please join me to welcome our first speaker, Professor Peter Suwarno. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I would like to thank first, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Shalom and Rahayu. I hope I said it all complete, but I would first like to thank the organizing committee of this conference for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. Mine is going to be a little bit simple, so I would like to share my slides. Second here, if I can find my slide. I think that's the right one. I hope everybody can see that. So the title of my presentation is The Importance of Islamic Criticism and Oversight for More Democratic and Just Society. It's just a simple analysis of the Indonesian government for political strategies. And in this discussion, in this presentation, first I would like to just emphasize the importance of criticism and oversight, on the importance of transparency and accountability as a very important ingredient for a real democracy. And I will argue that Indonesia has not, especially recently under Jokowi, embraced a real democracy because of the lack of criticism and oversight. And for that, also another important elements of this is, look at the theories, is the importance of criticism and debates in democracy. Indonesia has a lot of history of debates. That's why I'm going to discuss about debates that has been going on throughout the Indonesian history, especially after the independence. But recently, that kind of criticism and debate is declining due to the, okay, I will not talk a lot about AI, but I will mention a little bit about the authoritarian turn on the Jokowi and how we have developed into such a type of a democracy. So this is just a theory, just a lot of the, principles that have been discussed a lot. Robert Dahl about the importance of critics, even John Dewey, critical thinking and education, and then the importance of dissent and criticism and public dialogue. Even Jürgen Habermas is talking about the importance of critical engagement, for healthy democracy. And we'll check whether Indonesia has done that, okay? The importance of, the reason why criticism is important is also related to critical discourse and critical discourse analysis. The idea of power, when you're in power, you're in control of what is to be discussed and who is authorized to discuss and what way to discuss it. And that causes imbalance of power, and that's why criticism is always needed in a real democracy. But we have the history, actually, of debates even before the independence in the 1920s and 1930s. Four ideologies being debated were Islamism, nationalism, communism, even socialism. But the most fiercely debated topics or issues or ideologies were nationalism and Islamism. And we all know that if you study Indonesian history, and Islam is the fierce debate between Sukarno and Muhammad Nasir. Okay, Sukarno is proposing the importance of nationalism as the best foundation for uniting in diverse Indonesia, whereas Muhammad Nasir emphasized the importance of Islam as the best groundwork for independent Indonesia. But at that time, they were very concerned about uniting Indonesia. They're not concerned about the idea of transparency, accountability, criticism. They just want to fight for what is best as the foundation for uniting Indonesia. But the debate does not, actually the idea of the debates between Islamism and nationalism has actually been dominant throughout the history of Indonesia. During the preparation in March of 1945 until June, there have been a lot of discussion. And then again, the main debate is dominated by nationalists and moderate Muslims and Islamists. And the Islamists insisted on the, especially in the in the formation of the Indonesian five principles of Pancasila is the first principle of believing in God, in one God. And then the Islamists always fight for the idea of Sharia law, the implementation of Sharia law. Okay, and that kind of debate, that kind of demand has been proposed throughout the history of Indonesia too. Okay, all right. Let me see here. Okay, that was democratic. Indonesia was democratic until 1955. 1955 was known as the most democratic election in Indonesian history. Okay, but it was stopped. The idea of democracy was halted by Sukarno's issuing a presidential decree in 1959. The reason being that the debate has no end. And he even admitted that maybe Indonesia is not ready for real liberal democracy. So the presidential decree marked the beginning of his guided democracy, which I would say is an authoritarian democracy. It's an authoritarian government. It's not even a democracy. So, and then Sukarno tried to unite Indonesia, even tried to unite the Indonesian ideologies. The three that he's trying to unite were called Nasakom, nationalism, religion, and communism. And he failed miserably, then end up with his overthrow by General Suharto. And then Indonesia was led by Suharto through a coup in 1965, you know all that. And then at the beginning, Indonesia, Suharto was actually close to Islam because Islamic movements were helping Suharto in crushing the communist followers or sympathizers. So the expectation was that under Suharto, the Islamic discourse, the Islamic power and influence would be more dominant, but that's not the case because of the politics of extreme right and extreme left. Extreme left is the communists, which I would hold. Extreme right is the Islamists. And this is where Islamic discourse and Islamic political power influence is crushed under Suharto. Even wearing hijab in school was not allowed. There's a lot of marginalization, even prosecution of Islamic leaders. Okay, but that's the first part of Suharto. The second part of Suharto is actually called Islamic Turn by Bill Little. So during the Islamic Turn, actually, Islamic movements were given a lot of power and influence, so that one of the things I was mentioned was the hijab, for example, was not allowed in schools. Now there's hijabization. This is in a late 89 and early 90s during the ICME's era. So this is where the power of Islam was, Islamic movement was prominent discursively and as well as politically. But Suharto was known as the corrupt government. And one of the criticism of Islamic movement when Islamic movement was suppressed was the corruption. But when the Islamic movement was having the power and opportunities to make their discourse more prominent, they didn't talk much about corruption. All right. Okay. Now the fall of Suharto is then followed by Reform era. And then during the Reform era, this is also one of the most actually democratic election. And during the Reform era, this is like started with a chaotic, I would say, chaotic transitional government. If we have Habibie, Gus Dur, and Megawati Soekarno Putri, again, Gus Dur in the end failed. Well, Megawati also. Megawati and Gus Dur failed because for Gus Dur, he was trying to actually negotiate between Islam and liberal democracy, which he failed. And due to the complexity of the Indonesian political and religious politics at that time. So the fall of Gus Dur and then followed by Islam under Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono and during the reform era. Now, during Gus Dur, actually, he was the one actually talking about the idea of criticism and the idea of transparency and accountability. But that was failed because of the different kind of political faction have strong interests, which is not compatible with the idea of liberal democracy. Now, under Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, the Islamic movement was pretty prominent. He realized the demands of Islamic movements. That's why he was fulfilling the demands, it's part of a democracy, giving freedom and openness to all, and including the Islamists. But the Islamists were the most vocal one, and then the groups that are vocal at that time, that are really powerful and politically powerful and influential, and Brynenson considered as conservative term, how Indonesia becoming way more conservative under Bambang Yudhoyono. Again, there is no movement of social justice. There is no movement of no debates on corruption. So all is just talking about how Islamic teaching is implemented, how Indonesia can implement more Sharia law, the demand of Hizbut Tahrir, for example, becoming more powerful, successful in proselytizing in mosques, offices, organizations, even university campuses and neighborhood. And was marked by the grand meeting in 2007, this is like the closest that Indonesia can become a caliphate, is the gathering attended by tens of thousands of Indonesian members of Hizbut Tahrir as well as their sympathizers, even including some government officials. And then Islamic Defender Fund also had their most part and influence during the SBY. There were corruption, but there's no oversight. There's no, even MUI was also flexing or exerting their power and influence discursively and politically as well. But again, there is not much discussion of corruption. There's not much discussion of oversight or criticism against the government. If you are supported by the government, then you don't have any criticism against the government. Okay. So this is part of the achievement during Islamic during the SBY's administration is the municipalities that adopt Sharia laws. Okay, and then there's a lot of other achievement. There's a lot of conservatism, a lot of hardline membership in different kinds of organizations in the government as well as in campus universities. The idea of caliphate was very strong at that time. But again, all the fight of Islamic movement is for Islamic teaching, Islamic ideologies, no discussion about the importance of transparency, no important discussion about the importance of opposition or criticism as part of the most important ingredients for a real democracy. Now, after that, then we have Jokowi. This is probably a little bit discussion of AI, but not much. But I think it's more about how Jokowi was successful in exploiting the online and social media for his popularity. He has a simple figure sort of representing the Wong Cilik, the little people, the poor people, and he has that and he exploited that. So he got a lot of favor, a lot of support from different factions in Indonesia, that a lot of the parties are also supporting him. Under Jokowi, there is practically little or no opposition. Because of that, 80% of the parliament support Jokowi, and that's why during Jokowi's administration, he was called the authoritarian turn. Thomas Power from also Australian National University wrote a paper on Jokowi's authoritarian turn because of a lot of his moves, his political strategies in suppressing Islamic movement slowly but very successfully because of the exploitation of online and the mass media. So he was successful. He successfully banned HTI, the Hizbut Tahrir, 2017, and also the then a lot of people who are sacked, there are a lot of criticism. The criticism online are small and usually are overpowered by the buzzers, those who support Jokowi, and Jokowi is very popular with over 80% of support from the Indonesian people. Okay, now I just want to go right away to his authoritarianism, and then the idea that there is lack of criticism, lack of oversight, and that's why there is not much transparency and accountability. And if you look at the statistic, Indonesia is becoming more corrupt. The corruption index is higher during the Jokowi than the previous administration, okay? Because his authoritarianism is realized in the form of criminalization of citizens, journalists, activists, using the ITE law, blocking internet connection, online censorship of online closure of websites without legal process, government supervision of citizens on the internet, and expansion of cyber army, massive employment of buzzers, overpowering all the critics in the social media. And that's how he got very popular. Again, the Islamic discourse by Islamic movements were very strong even during Jokowi. But once they become part of the supporter of the government, there is no call, no talk about oversight, no talk about criticism. With the 82% of approval rating and 80% of the parliament support, there is just no critics against Jokowi. And that's part of why democracy under Jokowi is declining, okay? Now, what is and then we go to the election. Even during the election, look at the discussion and the discourse. In the debates, there's no debates of transparency and accountability, not much. There's a lot of corruption. Mahfud MD was one of the candidates, vice presidential candidate. He was talking about corruption a lot priorly, but during the debate, there is a minimal discussion on the corruption, which is rampant in Indonesia today. Okay, now we go to the declining power of Islamic parties and Islamic movement. Again, this is also probably the result of their lack of power and influence through social media, lack of exploitation of AI perhaps, but the result is that the United Development Party lost the election, and then now the interesting thing is about PKS, the Justice Protest Party, supposed to be the most hardline party that unfortunately joined the nationalist coalition. This party was supposed to be the supporter of Anies Baswedan, supposedly the representative of Islamism, but PKS backed down, and there is no representation during the gubernatorial election in Jakarta. There is no Islamic representative in the election. Okay, so there is a decline under Jokowi. Again, if you look at how Islamic movement, Islamic demand were crushed throughout the history of Indonesia, look at the Sukarno. It was the presidential decree. that not allowed a free debate. Free debate was basically stopped. Criticism is basically stopped. That's how Islamic discourse were toned down, okay, and declined, 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 and declined. But despite the decline, if you look at the decline, still, during Suharto also, crushing the Islamic movement during Suharto, and now during Jokowi, it's the same thing. Not allowing a real free, engaging critical debates is part of the reason why Jokowi's administration is considered authoritarian. Okay, now, despite the loss in Islamic political power and influence in the last election, I think Islamic movement throughout the history of Indonesia has gained a lot. The first is Islamic marriage law. We have that successful campaign for 5 times a day prayers. Remember in the past during Suharto, prayer in the office was looked down. There's no space for that. Now it's facilitated widely and a lot of public calls to prayers, dominating the airspace, okay? The wearing of Islamic attire like hijabization. The majority of Indonesian Muslim wearing hijab now. In a lot of school, it's even obligatory for women to wear hijab. Using of Sharia banking, and look at the halal certification, it's a big deal, okay? In addition to Quranic recitation groups, online or in person, and we have a lot of Ustad celebrities. That's a great achievement for the Islamic movement in Indonesia, okay? A lot of other things. So, okay, but despite, this is what I mentioned 2 years ago actually in one of the conference actually, and I would like to repeat it again because this has something to do with criticism and oversight, the idea of transparency and accountability, which is part of an important part of democracy. Indonesia is ranked 13, number 13 as the most religious countries in the world, yet Indonesia is also ranked 110 among the countries as the most corrupt. Corruption perception index is pretty high. Indonesia is also, in other words, Indonesia is one of the most religious countries in the world, but Indonesia is also one of the most corrupt countries in the world. And that's irony, and it discussed a lot in social media, if you follow the social media discussion in Indonesia. So, and the survey shows that, no, the result, this is related to the inequality. 1% of Indonesian wealthiest are in control of more than 50% of Indonesian wealth. And this 1% wealthiest are the majority non-Muslim. So where are the fights of Islamic movement? In the end, yes, you gain all this. But in the end, the majority of Indonesian Muslims are still the most, the poor one. So I would like to go ahead with the massive poverty in Indonesia, according to IMF and World Bank. 60% of Indonesian population lives below the poverty line. But of course, BPS, the Indonesian Central Statistics Agency, said that a little bit more than 9% are usually below the poverty line. So, and then, okay, now the gist of what I'm going to say is that, yes, Islamic movements, Islamic parties, Islamic leaders have been fiercely fighting for Islamic ideologies. But at the end of the day, the majority of Indonesian Muslims are still poor. There's a lot of inequality, and this is partly attributed to the corrupt government, the corrupt system, because of lack of transparency and accountability, lack of criticism. So what should the next, if I may suggest, what should be the next movement of Islamic parties, Islamic leaders in Indonesia should do? I would say, based on the importance of democracy, it is important to have criticism and to have oversight. Islamic movements should become the watchdogs. Islamic movement should join organizations like Indonesian Corruption Watch. Islamic movements should be concerned more about the welfare and well-being of the Indonesian people. Two moves. This is the wrong move of Islamic organization, and I'm sorry to propose this criticism. Is Nahdlatul Ulama and Muhammadiyah, Indonesia's second largest organization, Muhammadiyah, announced that they will accept the concession. What concession is this? The mining. So the government is granting mining concession. Remember, mining is one of the places where there's a lot of corruption. And if these two organizations join this enterprise, then it is also joining the idea of lack of transparency. There's no tenders for mining, and that's potential of corruption, and cannot be part of the watchdog, cannot criticize the government. So again, I would say this is my conclusion. The political Islamic discourses and movement and its prominence in the Indonesian public sphere does not lead to the social economic justice for the majority of Indonesian Muslims. This is why the Islamic movements, Islamic organizations, Islamic parties, Islamic leaders should focus on the idea of criticism, oversight, and the idea of transparency and accountability. I think I've talked about 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Peter. I think Pak Peter started with the thesis that there is a decline of criticism and debate during the Jokowi's regime. And then Prof. Peter trying to tell us the dynamic of the debate and criticism during the Indonesian history from the first regime, Sukarno, until the end of the last regime, I mean the Jokowi's regime. And I think the very important point is during the Jokowi's regime, when the criticism and debate is declined, there's no transparency, there's no accountability. This Islamic movement is also declined, and also Prof. Peter tell us the contradiction that happened in our society, that most of the Muslim community is poor and so on and so forth, and this is because of there is no transparency and accountability. So that's why Prof. Peter suggests for the future Islamic movement that must nurture or develop the criticism and debate among Muslim community. So that's why he suggested that the Islamic movements should join, like the Corruption Watch and so on and so forth. Because according to Peter, that the Islamic political movement do not lead to create social justice among the Muslim society. I think that is some point that I can mention, because this actually is not my expertise, but I think this is a quite interesting discussion. For participants joining us online, please remember that we will open the QA session after all the presenter or all the invited speakers share their ideas and perspective. So, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the second speaker, Prof. Saad Ali. Good morning, Prof. Saad. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Suat Ali going to talk about women empowerment in artificial intelligence era. So I think this is one of her expertise, as I mentioned when I introduced her, that she wrote a book on feminism, Islam and politics, and I think now she is going to talk about women empowerment in artificial intelligence era. So please, Prof. Swat, time is yours.
Very much indeed. I really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you to your university. Thank you to the president, the deans, and my colleagues. Thank you. Can I share my screen to do my PowerPoint?
Yes, you can share your PowerPoint.
Okay. There is a sound. Can you see?
Yes, you can see your PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Dean, for introducing me. Yes, I have written 3 books and a 4th book is forthcoming. Women studies is one of my areas. I also, wrote a book about Islam and secularism and different other topics. But the book you refer to is Kuwaiti Women in Leadership Positions, Islam, Feminism, and Politics. That's the one I think you refer to. I go by the very strict theme of the conference, and my presentation today, thank you for inviting me as a speaker, is empowering women in the artificial intelligence era. And of course, within the context of rethinking democracy and humanity amidst the discourse of sustainable development and artificial intelligence as the main theme, with the focus of the sub-theme about empowering women. And so given the short time that we have, I'm going to just go through the slides and read them, and then later we can have a discussion. So within the broader theme of the conference, Rethinking Democracy and Humanity amidst the discourse of sustainable development in AI, this presentation addresses the issue of empowering women in the age of artificial intelligence, highlighting the importance of gender inclusion in this transformative era. By empowering women in the AI era, we can build a more inclusive, ethical, and innovative future. Through education, mentorship, policy changes, and investment, we can bridge the gender gap and harness the full potential of diverse perspectives in shaping the next generation of AI technology. This presentation also aims to explore strategies and solutions for empowering women in the AI era and bridging the gender gap in technology and innovation. It is important also to emphasize that by addressing the gender disparity in AI, we can unlock the potential for more inclusive, ethical, innovative technologies that benefit the entire society. Empowering women in AI era is essential to bridging the gender gap and leveraging diverse perspectives in the development of transformative technologies through education, mentorship, policy reform, and targeted investment. We can create pathways for greater female participation and leadership in AI. And we're going to talk about all of these within this presentation. So the presentation also aims to explore actionable strategies and solutions for fostering gender equity in technology and innovation. Addressing gender disparity is not only a matter of fairness, it is key to ensuring that AI technologies reflect and serve the needs of all of humanity, upholding the principles of democracy and sustainable development. So talking about gender equity in AI development and AI for sustainable development, addressing the underrepresentation of women in AI research, leadership, and technical roles to unlock more ethical, unbiased, and innovative solutions. And within the sustainable development, leveraging AI to address global challenges like climate change, education, healthcare, and inequality, with women's participation ensuring inclusive and sustainable solutions. And we see that, the participation of women is lacking very severely in all of these areas. So to address, the empowering women in the AI era, democracy and human-centered AI, with regard to democracy in the digital rights, empowering women to contribute to fair AI governance and civic technical innovation and technological innovation, fostering transparent, accountable, and inclusive digital systems. And within the human-centered AI, empowering and emphasizing ethics, inclusivity, and empathy in AI design, with women bringing collaborative and community-focused perspectives to reduce risks of algorithm and bias and exploitation. And so, again, I emphasize throughout these slides that empowering women in there, we can build a more inclusive, ethical, and innovative future that serves all of humanity and upholds the principle of democracy and sustainable. And this cannot be emphasized further. Now, talking about gender equity in AI development, I address 4 areas: women underrepresentation in AI. The inclusion leads to ethical and unbiased AI, women's participation in AI for SDG, and empowered women in AI boost democracy. For women, as underrepresented in AI, there is only about 22% of AI professionals globally. Only 22% are women, within, even fewer in leadership and research roles, and there are, of course, ample examples throughout the world in that. Inclusion leads to ethical, unbiased AI, gender balance AI. Teams are more likely to consider societal impact, especially for marginalized groups. Of course, women are, one of the top marginalized groups. Within women's participation in AI for SDG, women's involvement ensures AI solutions for climate, healthcare, education are inclusive and sustainable. And then the powered women in AI boost democracy. Most certainly, women's participation in AI governance and civic technological innovation promotes transparency and most certainly accountability. Now addressing sustainable development, AI for sustainable development and gender equity in AI development and sustainable development as well. Women are underrepresented in AI research, leadership, technical roles. Inclusion leads to more ethical, unbiased, and innovative solutions. Gender balanced AI teams are more likely to consider societal impacts, especially those affecting marginalized groups as well. And of course, the lack of representation of AI in research, we suffer from that, especially in universities and in the education. And of course, the leadership politically throughout the world. AI for sustainable development, AI can address climate change, expanding on that I mentioned earlier, education, healthcare, and inequality. Women's participation ensures these solutions are inclusive and sustainable. Empowering women in AI boosts community resilience and adaptive capacities. With regard to sustainable development continued here, democracy and digital rights, democratic values require transparent, accountable AI systems. Empowered women contribute to fair governance and civic technological innovation, and digital inclusion fosters political agency and informed participation. And within human-centered AI, it emphasizes ethics, inclusivity, and empathy in AI design, and women often bring collaborative and community-focused perspectives, human-centered approaches reduce risks of algorithmic bias and exploitation as well. And so empowering women again, is not only a matter of equity, and I have to emphasize that further, but a necessity for inclusive progress. The current state of women in technology and AI. Women again make up only 22% of AI professionals globally, which is very low, and then low representation limits diverse perspectives in AI development. Bridging the gender gap is essential for equitable, inclusive, and AI. There is a sound in the background. So the fact that women, make up only 22% of AI globally, severely, it reflects that they are severely underrepresented in AI, in research, especially in leadership and technical roles as well. Lack of gender diversity can lead to algorithmic bias, exclusion, and missed innovation opportunities. And empowering women in AI is critical for ensuring technology benefits for all of society as well. So there is this very severe need of AI in all of these areas as far as women's participation is concerned. Oh, and so let's move to the second slide. So what are the barriers that women face as far as their empowerment in AI, in the age of AI? Gender bias in education and hiring, workplace culture and lack of mentorship, unequal access to funding and networking, discriminatory data sets and exclusion from policymaking, stereotypes and STEM pipeline gaps. In all of those areas, women suffer quite a lot, and these constitute the main or some of the main barriers that women face. For example, gender bias in education. Women face discrimination, STEM education. For example, just in all science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Women, are discriminated against in those areas in education and hiring processes as well, limiting their entry into the AI field. The second one is the workplace. It's a male-dominated workplace cultures, and a scarcity of female mentors in AI create barriers for women's advancement. And unequal access to funding and networking. Most women, especially professional women, face that. Women-led AI startups and initiatives often struggle to secure the same level of funding and networking opportunities as their male counterparts. And discriminatory data set and exclusion from policymaking. AI systems train on biased data, and the lack of women's participation in AI policymaking lead to exclusion and perpetuation of inequalities. And stereotypes in STEM, again, pipeline gaps, persistent stereotypes and the leaky STEM pipeline result in fewer women pursuing careers in AI and technical fields. So posing the question why empowering women in AI matters. Diverse teams build better, fairer AI. Women's involvement in AI design leads to more inclusive, ethically aligned, and unbiased technologies that serve the needs of all users. And unlocking economic potential by bridging gender gaps. Closing the gender gap is in technology could add trillions to the global GDP and unleashing immense economic benefits, not only for women, for the entire society and entire humanity. and more on why empowering women in AI matters, inspire the next generation of women in AI, showcasing successful women leaders and innovators, encourages young girls and women to pursue careers in the field. And women's perspectives introduce nuance and compassion to AI systems, ensuring they serve humanity's best interests as well. One of the leading figures in the world in AI is Fei Li. She is the co-director of the Stanford University Human-Centered AI Institute and a pioneering figure in the field of artificial intelligence. She is recognized for her groundbreaking work in computer vision, deep learning, and the ethical development of AI systems. She has been a vocal advocate for increasing diversity and representation in the AI industry, inspiring the next generation of women technologists. And of course, we most certainly need more women in that area. And moving to AI for humanity, ethics, and empathy, AI should serve humanity, enhancing dignity, alleviating suffering, and supporting human flourishing. Embedding women's perspectives into AI design introduces empathy and ethical nuance often absent from systems driven solely by profit or efficiency. And, I include a few strategies for empowerment here, including education and training, expanding on what I said in the introduction, mentorship and networking, and inclusive policies. And education, of course, promotes STEM and AI literacy among girls and women, implement STEM programs for girls, AI boot camps and scholarship to build the talent pipeline. And in mentoring, create support groups, speaker series, and career coaching opportunities to empower and connect women in AI. I wanted to mention, my own, ASU Council for Arabic and Islamic Studies, of which I am the founding director and chair, and we have those speaker series and a lecture series, and as your own Professor Elizabeth Zulfa, I invited her. She gave a very, innovative speech and lecture. Professor Peter Sawano as well. And so we are working with my team to include AI within those. And even though we're using technology and social media and we're using Zoom, Professor Zulfa spoke from Indonesia. And I have many professors that I invite to speak from different parts of the world as well. And so AI is definitely, needed to be promoted more, to include those, speaker series and career coaching. Inclusive policies enact inclusive AI governance frameworks, adopt equal pay, parental leave, and anti-bias hiring practices to foster an equitable workplace and culture. Of course, the gap in payments between men and women in all areas is, even in the US, is very, very sad indeed. So within developing AI equity and equitable approaches, this is an area that is very important, must be emphasized. More strategies for empowerment, funding for female founders, leadership, partnerships, and support female-led research, startups, and initiatives in AI and sustainability, establish grants, venture capital initiatives, and pitch competitions to invest in women-led AI startups. Leadership involve women in AI policymaking at local, national, and international levels, build inclusive company cultures, and set ambitious diversity targets in hiring and leadership. Partnerships, collaborate with the governments, NGOs, academia, and industry, engage with women in tech and organizations, support STEM education for girls, and forge public-private partnerships to expand opportunities. Areas to develop success stories: women-led AI projects in agriculture, AI for health equity, and these are only examples of a few areas of so many. AI for education transformation, women in AI leadership as well. Suggestion for action: support local and global initiatives, get involved with organizations like Women in AI, Anita B organization, and others working to empower women in the AI field. Mentor and advocate, provide guidance, advice, and opportunities to the next generation of women in AI, and invest in women-led AI startups. Use your resources to fund and support innovative and AI companies founded and led by women. Educate and inspire, spread awareness about the importance of gender diversity in AI, and share the stories of successful women in the field to inspire the next generation. Build tech that reflects AI in all of humanity. Ensure that the AI systems and products you develop are inclusive, unbiased, and representative of diverse perspectives and experiences. Considering action for humanity and democracy: equal access to digital education and AI training, support female-led research, startups and initiatives, and within all of those, provide girls and women with equal opportunities to learn AI and digital skills through programs, scholarships, and mentorship. Invest in and empower women-led AI research, innovative startup for the humanities, as well as in different areas. Involve women in AI policymaking, promote ethical and inclusive AI development. And so concluding with reiterating the same most important aspect of this presentation, that empowering women in the AI era is critical to ensure inclusive, equitable, and diverse technological advancement that aligns with the principles of democracy and humanity. By addressing the gender disparity in AI, we can unlock the potential for more ethical, innovative, and community-focused technologies that benefit all of society. And this has been the first part of a study that I'm working on, to be continued, with a focus on Sudanese women's involvement in Sudan's revolution. And that is a project that I'm working on. I'm going to share with you only just one paragraph of the abstract of that project. The title of the project is Sudanese Women's Role in the 2019 Anti-Regime Protests, Feminist Mobilization, Challenges and the Quest for Gender Justice, all within, a project that would include AI eventually. So this study critically explores the central role of Sudanese women in the 2018-19 revolution and situates their activism within a broader historical continuum of protest and resistance against military dictatorship and entrenched patriarchy. Utilizing qualitative data, historical records, and recent feminist scholarship, it highlights women's diverse contributions from grassroots mobilization and professional organizing to digital activism, while interrogating the systemic barriers they continue to face: the political representation, legal reform, and social justice post-revolution. All within, what we spoke about. This project will be situated. The article discusses the dominance of elite-driven feminist agendas and argues for more inclusive, intersectional approaches that amplify marginalized women's voices across Sudan's varied socio-political landscape. Anchored in Sudan's rich legacy of female leadership, it calls for sustained feminist mobilization as a necessity, condition or necessary condition for genuine democratic transition, peace building, and gender equality in the Sudan. And I'm going to stop here and thank you very much indeed for your attention and listening.
Thank you, Prof. Soat. I think we need to give her applause. Thank you, Prof. Soat, for reminding us about digital divide, in which women becoming a group that underrepresented in the digital technology, women a group that has lack of access to the technology, and this is create injustices. So that's why Prof. Suat provide us an argument on the importance of empowering women in artificial intelligence development. So, because by empowering women in this era is going to lead to inclusive, equitable, and also inclusive and equitable development. So I think that is some important point from Prof. Soat regarding the empowerment of women in artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, now we're going to invite the third speaker. I think probably this the topic of the third speaker very much related to the first one. The title is quite interesting, Democratic Backsliding in Indonesia. So I would like to invite Prof. Edward Aspinall.
Good morning.
Good morning, Prof. Please, time is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great honor and privilege to be speaking at this Uin Wali Songo event. I'm just sorry I can't be there in person, so I'm speaking to you from Canberra. Now let me just share my slides. There we go. Can you see my slides okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let me then proceed. So in this talk today, as you mentioned, there's quite a bit of overlap with Prof. Peter Suwarno's presentation earlier. I'm going to be talking about the issue that is, or the topic I think that is dominant amongst political scientists now working on Indonesia. That is the topic of democratic backsliding. So when I began my academic career and began to conduct research on Indonesia maybe 2 or 3 decades ago, almost all the people of my generation were very interested in the topic of democratization. Now, sadly, the similar or the equivalent topic is democratic backsliding. It's an issue that attracts a lot of attention, both from scholars working on Indonesia, but of course, those working on many other countries, because as we know, this is a global trend with more countries having experienced democratic backsliding than democratization over the last 20 years or so, according to most of the international democracy indices. So although Indonesia's democracy has been going backwards over the last 10 years or so, Indonesia is not alone in this. Many other countries are experiencing the same thing. Indeed, we see recent developments in even quite established democracies such as the United States. So today in this presentation, and I hope to keep it pretty brief to leave plenty of time for question and answers, I'm going to briefly review the big picture of democratic backsliding in Indonesia. I won't talk a lot about this because, I think we know a lot of what's going on in the country. And also Peter Suwarno has already touched on quite a lot of the detail there. Then the next thing I want to do is very briefly consider the 3 explanations that are commonly advanced in the literature for why democratic backsliding is happening. Now, I'll focus here in my discussion on the literature about Indonesia, but we see similar trends in the global literature on the international decline of democracy the world is currently experiencing. And then in the final part of my presentation, I want to briefly share with you an idea that I am developing with a colleague of mine, Professor Wat Scott, who's based in the Netherlands. We're currently working on a new book about Indonesia after Reformasi and what happened to governance reforms in the period since Reformasi. And we developed this alternative explanation that partly looks at democratic decline, but is also about the broader decline in governance reforms, which we call the informality trap. So I'll briefly share that with you as well. Okay, so let's start with the big topic. So for about 10 years or so, more or less since the beginning of the Jokowi presidency, the first period, but for some observers, this actually began in the late SBY period also. Observers have been noting a decline in the quality of Indonesian democracy. As we know, Indonesia democracy experienced a great breakthrough in the late 1990s with Reformasi, and for a period made a lot of democratic progress, not only in terms of basic civil liberties, introduction of democratic processes such as free and fair elections, but also the establishment of many new institutions, including control institutions such as the KPK and many others. Now, this decline of democracy that we've seen in the last 10 years or so has not only been observed by political scientists who work about Indonesia, but I think now there's quite a broad consensus amongst civil society actors in Indonesia itself, amongst intellectuals, and even with elite politicians, actually. So if you talk to like DPR members, for example, and they also will understand that the quality of, or they will share with you that the quality of democracy is declining. And they even say that they themselves, as DPR members, also feel they have less space to criticize the government than they used to. This decline is also captured in the various democracy indices. So this is a table of a visual I'm just sharing from a recent article by my colleague from ANU, Markus Mietzner. But he's here getting the data from VDEM. So VDEM does these annual reports on the quality of democracy in every country. They have various indices of democracies. The two of the most commonly used are the Electoral Democracy Index and the Liberal Democracy Index. And we can see that both in Indonesia go into decline, from around the time of, for VDEM, around the time of the late SBY presidency. I think a big influence there was the adoption of the Undang-Undang Ormas, which gave power to the government to dissolve social organizations. But we see an acceleration of that decline since Jokowi came to power. Now, the one thing I should stress, of course, is that this is not a process of democratic breakdown, at least not yet. Instead, Indonesia very much fits the current global pattern where most countries experiencing democratic backsliding still have more or less democratically elected leaders. And it is those democratically elected leaders, often adopting a sort of populist political orientation, who are eroding controls on their own power. So we see various dimensions of democratic backsliding in Indonesia, as in many, many other countries. These include, firstly, a decline of liberal or democratic rights, such as freedom of expression, freedom of organization. Peter, in his presentation earlier, already mentioned, for example, the increased reliance on the ITE law in the Indonesian case to suppress people who are critical of the government or of other authority figures. The second feature I think that is very, very prominent in Indonesia is the decline of horizontal accountability. So one of the big achievements of Reformasi was the establishment of many different institutions, the role of which was to control the organs of executive power and ensure that they act within the law. So, for example, we saw many commissions established. The KPK is an obvious example, but also many other commissions like the Komite Aparatur Sipil Negara, the Civil Service Commission, and so on. And their role has also gone into sharp decline in recent years. Indeed, even the independence of these agencies has been considerably reduced. Even in the case of the KASN, that organization has been abolished. Thirdly, we see the increased repoliticization of the state apparatus, in particular the re-engagement of the TNI, but in particular of the police in civilian functions within the government, and indeed the increased use of the state apparatus for political ends. So we hear a lot, for example, so I'm getting quite a lot of an echo on the sound here. Hopefully that will be okay. And that you can still hear me. But anyway, the question of the repoliticization of the state apparatus, we hear a lot in particular about this phenomenon of criminalisasi, so criminalization of political opponents of the government, such that many prosecutions for corruption and so on seem to be serving a political end, i.e. to either marginalize actors who are critical of the government or to ensure that they stay within the government coalition and remain obedient, so that many members even of parties which are part of the government coalition are now very scared of so-called criminalisasi and feel that as a result they don't have as much freedom to criticize the government as they used to. So that's another critical aspect of democratic backsliding in Indonesia. And fourthly, we also see, perhaps most worryingly, a decline in the integrity of elections. On the one hand, there's the question of money politics, clientelism, even bribery of electoral management organizations, which I think everyone would agree is getting worse. Certainly in the last elections, when you speak to candidates for legislative posts, both DPR and DPRD 1 and DPRD 2, they will all agree that the last election was the most brutal, so the most brutal in terms of the amounts of money that candidates had to distribute to voters in order to get elected. Indeed, recently I met one DPR member who told me that he had distributed, or one former DPR member who told me that he had distributed more than 300,000 envelopes containing cash, but he still didn't get elected because he was defeated by someone who had distributed more money. But that's not the only problem. The other problem is we see increasing mobilization of the state apparatus during elections as well. So in an extension of the third trend, we see the beginning of the intrusion of the law enforcement agencies, in particular the police, into the electoral arena. We saw this most famously during the presidential elections, but it was also visible in several pilkada, so in several of local elections as well. So my colleagues here at the ANU, Sana Jaffrey and Eve Warburton, last year because of this phenomenon, talked about Indonesia now being on the edge of competitive authoritarianism. So for them, it's starting to be questionable whether we can really consider Indonesia still to be a democratic country, given this decline in the quality of Indonesian elections, very sadly. Okay, so why is this happening? So I think we can maybe argue about how bad some of these problems are, but I think it's widely agreed that these are the trends that Indonesia is now experiencing. So there is less agreement, however, on why. So I'm going to review three. There are many explanations, I think. I'm going to review three brief explanations that are quite common. And I think they all have their strong points. They all have their they're all quite persuasive in their own way, but I also think they have some shortcomings. So the most common explanation is this one, which sometimes goes under the term executive aggrandizement, that this argues simply that if we want to explain democratic backsliding, we should identify the main actor that is responsible for democratic backsliding and then try to explain their motives. And in this case, as in many, many other countries experiencing democratic backsliding right now, that key actor is the executive, and in a presidential system like Indonesia's, therefore we have to explain what motivates the president to engage in, or at least to tolerate democratic backsliding. So in a lot of the literature, and a lot of this literature has been produced by colleagues of mine at ANU, though of course many other people have looked at these topics. There's been quite a bit of a focus on the motives of Jokowi in the past, and now of course President Prabowo. Eve Warburton, for example, made this very influential analysis a few years ago about the new developmentalism under Jokowi, that Jokowi in some ways echoes the pattern of repressive developmentalist regimes of the 1970s and 1980s, with his big focus was on Indonesia's economic development, and anything that stood in the way of that, in his vision, for example, a strong and independent KPK, Anti-Corruption Commission, needed to be eliminated. So therefore, we see, for example, with the omnibus law, we see that being pushed through in a way that does not, was not really in keeping with previous Indonesian democratic practice, and we saw a lot of suppression of dissent around that also. Likewise, Markus Mietzner has recently given this interpretation, which explains Jokowi primarily as a sort of a majoritarian political leader, that Jokowi knew that he was very popular. Again, Peter mentioned this before, that he used to read opinion polls very carefully. He knew that the Indonesian public, or the majority of them, were very concerned about economic prosperity, welfare, development, etc. And that he felt he could take action against his critics or against problematic or institutions he saw as problematic, like the KPK, so long as he maintained his majority support amongst the population, which is something he managed to do. So in that respect, Jokowi is very much like a classical authoritarian populist leader, like we see in many other countries. Okay, I think it's a strong explanation, but I think its shortcoming is that it doesn't explain, or at least potentially ignores. I think these scholars don't really ignore them, but at least this explanation doesn't embed its explanation in broader and more systemic changes that have been occurring deep within Indonesia's political system, and which don't only affect the president and the presidential palace, corruption, etc. That the changes we've witnessed in Indonesia have not only come from the top. Surely the top is very important, but it's not only been happening at the top. A second explanation, and this is very relevant for Peter's presentation, I think, is that democratic backsliding is partly a byproduct of social and political polarization. And we know that in many countries, social and political polarization leads to democratic backsliding, because when groups in society are deeply opposed to one another, they are willing to tolerate anti-democratic actions so long as they harm their opponents. And Indonesia seemed to fit this bill around the time of the very polarized elections of 2014, 2019, and then especially during the 212 anti-Ahok protests and so on. That the polarization amongst, let's say, supporters of Islamism versus supporters of pluralism, we know it was more complicated than that, but let's use those labels, helped to accelerate the decline in democracy. So, for example, supporters of the president would even accuse the KPK of being the home to many so-called Taliban, as the buzzers put it online. So, for example, my colleague Greg Feely at ANU has written about repressive pluralism being a hallmark of Jokowi's presidency. There's also some evidence from some survey research that Indonesian citizens were also willing to support anti-democratic measures when they were endorsed by the leaders they saw as they saw as being in charge of their side in this polarized political environment. Okay, so there's a lot to be said for that explanation too. What doesn't it explain? Basically, I think it doesn't really fit Indonesia's situation now. As Peter also already explained, since Prabowo joined the Jokowi cabinet, political polarization has greatly declined, and the Islamist groups who previously backed Prabowo have moved away from him and have been generally sidelined. So again, it suggests, well, it's not really, democratic backsliding is then not really something that is organically emerging out of these social divisions, deeply embedded as they are in history. Third explanation, which is very, very popular in the literature on Indonesia in particular, but also internationally, I think there's a lot of emphasis on in contemporary literature on democratic backsliding about the role of economic inequality. But in Indonesia itself, I think perhaps the most influential explanation is that democratic decline has something to do with the role of oligarchy. And certainly this is very popular amongst student activists, amongst journalists, amongst many intellectuals, and so on. And the argument here is, in a nutshell, that Indonesia is and always has been ruled by an oligarchy. That is, by very, very wealthy actors who dominate both the economy and the state. And reformasi, changed like the decorations that surround the Indonesian state, but did not change this fundamental reality concerning the distribution of economic and political power. Of course, Vedi Hadis, Richard Roberson are the most forceful advocates of this view, but there are many others. Jeffrey Winters, of course, is another influential US-based scholar who's made this argument. So for me, this is there's a lot to be said for this argument. We can see, for example, that one thing that has happened along with the democratic decline in Indonesia is an increasing empowerment of wealthy actors. So we see, for example, the proportion of DPR members who have backgrounds as business people has been increasing consistently. But overall, it's not a great theory for explaining change. It's very good at explaining continuity. What is the sort of the benang merah, the red thread that connects the new order to the contemporary period? But how do we explain democratization if we assume that there's a very dominant oligarchy? Why did the quality of democracy decline in 2014 or thereabouts, not earlier, if Indonesia had always been an oligarchy? Also, this theory doesn't really pay much attention to how oligarchic domination is maintained. Why do so many ordinary citizens participate in this system if it's all really about domination by and for oligarchs. So here I want to just very briefly introduce an alternative approach that my colleague Ward Berenscott and I are starting to work on. So I'd appreciate any ideas or any feedback you have. It's very much a work in progress, but it grows out of this earlier book that the two of us wrote called Democracy for Sale, which was about elections in Indonesia. And the focus in that book on money politics or clientelism. So the process by which candidates win office by distributing money or other kinds of material benefits to voters, which has become a very, very deeply entrenched part of Indonesia's political system since the Reformasi period, such that the distribution of cash is now often the biggest expense that candidates have. But in this new approach, which we're calling the informality trap, we focus on governance as well as democracy. And we emphasize the persistence and strengthening of corruption, informal networks, and informal exchange in Indonesian politics. So we think we can't really explain these processes of change Indonesia is experiencing by focusing purely or even mostly on formal regulations, formal institutions, formal rules, but we need to look below the surface and see how political relationships are sustained in practice. And we therefore recognize that informal politics are as important as formal politics. And in particular, and this is the most important part of the argument, we argue that the patterns of informal politics that Indonesia is now experiencing generate many kinds of collective action problems for political actors who want reform, who want more democracy, who want more transparent government, and so on. That is, and a collective action problem, of course, is a problem where individuals can see that the system needs to change, but they have great difficulties in acting by themselves to change the system. They have a lot of incentives to comply with the system, and they find it very difficult to coordinate to bring about that change. So let me just show you how this works in practice. And this is how we sort of think of Indonesian politics right now, as a series of circles or cycles. We can think of these as, like, in the English term, I guess, is a vicious cycle, or in Indonesian, like lingkaran setan. So let's start with this cycle. Virtually everyone in Indonesia you speak to realizes that so-called money politics, politik uang, is bad for Indonesian democracy and bad for policy making. But nobody can see a way out of this vicious cycle. And you can see how it's a cycle that reproduces itself. The citizens are given money to vote. So this is the top of the cycle, the vote buying circle, at election time. But after they are elected, the candidates who distribute money to get elected, then must usually recoup those expenses once from office. The term they usually use is balik modal. In fact, everyone uses this term. It's almost like a cliche of Indonesian politics now. How do they recoup those expenses? How do they retake their investment? Usually by engaging in corruption or collusive behavior with investors and so on. As a result of this process, going around the circle, voters begin to lose faith, or voters increasingly lose faith in politicians, because they can see that politicians are engaging in corruption, are becoming very rich, only working together with investors, not really representing the interests of the citizens. And as a result, when it comes to election time, many voters themselves take the attitude that rather than putting their faith in politicians who they don't think will be able to deliver political reform or policy reform, instead they demand benefits. Wani biro, they ask for money or other benefits from their politicians. And therefore, the cycle reproduces itself. And it's very, very hard, even for an individual citizen, but certainly for a politician, to break out of this cycle. Many politicians will say that they don't want to engage in vote buying, but they feel that if they do not do it, they will lose office. So you can see that as a result of this process, money politics becomes increasingly extreme. High-cost elections close the door on non-wealthy candidates, and a logic of corruption is therefore imported into the mechanisms of the state and spreads throughout other parts of the state. So let's see how it works in another sector of Indonesian statehood. And we could make a diagram like this for anything, really, for any institution, for judiciary, for police, for prosecutors, for natural resource management, for health policy, and so on. But let's remember that the politicians are under a lot of pressure to win elections in a very clientelistic environment. One way they can do this is by mobilizing the bureaucracy at election time, and especially in Pilkada, in local executive elections, this is very, very commonplace. So what do? Often mayors or governors or bupati will either appoint loyalists to key positions like kepala dinas sort of positions, etc., or they will sell office. Jual beli jabatan is the phrase we hear a lot in Indonesian, right? So either they have loyalists in place who can then mobilize their subordinates at election time, or they can get money from the process of selling their office. The result is very easy to predict. We have more poor quality government in places where this happens. And again, we find this reinforcing vicious cycle where as a result of this process, voters lose faith in their local politicians. They demand benefits at election time, which generates the incentives for politicians to mobilize the bureaucracy or to extract resources from the bureaucracy at election time. So again, we get another vicious cycle being reproduced. So the lingkaran setan is repeated again. Now, of course, reformers in Indonesia were very aware that this was happening. And so there were various attempts to resolve this problem. And about 10 years ago, in 2014, when we saw the civil service law, one reform was introduced was to enforce meritocratic appointment, especially for senior positions such as kepala dinas and so on in the regions. We saw the appointment in particular of this commission, KASN, which was to provide oversight and to enforce greater transparency and more rigorous application of meritocratic processes in the process of selecting and promoting senior civil servants, both in the central government, but also in the region. In other words, if you see this arrow here, there was an attempt to break the vicious cycle that was occurring within this particular part of Indonesia's government system. But what has happened since then? Well, we know basically that this reform has been repealed. The KASN was abolished in 2023. And why was it abolished? Well, in large part because there was a kind of a backlash from politicians, especially from regional heads in the region, who saw this institution as getting in the way of what they needed to do in order to basically win elections in the regions. So you can see that in the big picture of Indonesia's democratic backsliding, the abolition of KASN is maybe not a big part of the story, but you can see how its abolition is connected to these very deep processes that are very deeply embedded in Indonesia's current political system and which have become something of a collective action problem. So why has democratic decline began to happen over the last 10 years or so, when we remember that for most of the post-reformasi period, Indonesia made a lot of forward progress in terms of introducing reform. We think in the argument that my colleague Ward Berenscott and I are developing, we think there's at least a couple of things that might help explain what's gone wrong. One is the accumulating pressures generated by worsening money politics and clientelism. Just the extreme nature of clientelistic politics now is closing the door on alternative and more transparent forms of politics. And we see the consequences being played out in the destruction of horizontal control institutions, such as the KPK, the Constitutional Court, and indeed in the repoliticization of organs such as the police and the JAXA, the prosecutor's office. We see these things happening not simply in order to serve the interests of the executive government, but also as a result of the increasing penetration of the logic of money politics and corruption throughout the political system. The second big change we think that's happened is the decline of the role of democratic counter-institutions outside of the formal political system. In the early Reformasi period, civil society groups, external pressure groups, student organizations, etc., still played quite a big role. Since that time, their role has also diminished significantly. So that's basically what I wanted to say in this presentation. I should emphasize that it's still very much a work in progress. So again, I'd appreciate any feedback you might have. The question, I guess, is where next for Indonesia, given this situation? And I think the starting point is to acknowledge that once these sorts of vicious cycles develop, it can be quite hard to overcome them. Collective action problems are often very difficult to overcome because it's very hard to find people from outside the system who are not already implicated in the logic that sustains the system and keeps it going. One obvious place to start, I think, and which needs to be a big priority for Indonesia, though it's not in itself is not an easy question, is looking at the kind of reforms to the electoral system that might begin to reduce the role of money in politics. By doing that, I think Indonesia might make bigger progress in terms of about reinvigorating its democracy. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to the feedback.
Thank you, Prof. Aspinall. Big applause. I think while we are listening to Prof. Aspinall's presentation, sounds familiar. Thank you for help us understanding the political situation in Indonesia. But yeah, but what happened in Indonesia is not Indonesia alone, but this is a global phenomenon or global trend. The decline or the democratic backsliding is not a phenomena in Indonesia only, but this is a global trend. And also thank you for tell us about the dimension of the democratic backsliding, and also the analysis that really help us to understand the situations in Indonesia, the informality trap. So it's like lingkaran setan. That is quite interesting to help us understanding the situation in Indonesia. And also thanks for, so basically there is an effort to break the cycle, like Undang-Undang ASN using meritocracy approach, but you mentioned that there's backlash, so that's why this policy is not in place anymore, because there's a backlash from the politicians. Thank you, Prof. Again, Prof. Aspinall, for helping us understanding the situation, democratic situation in Indonesia. So now I'm going to invite the fourth. We still have another two speakers, so be patient for the participant who planning to ask questions. So now I would like to invite the fourth speaker, Professor Fefta, Professor Andi Fefta. Yeah, please, time is yours, Prof. Andi Fefta.
Thank you, moderator. Yeah, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay, let me to share my presentation. Yes. Excuse me, can you look at my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Moderator?
Yes.
Yes.
It's already there? Already there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We can see it, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for the Win Wali Songo. Thank you for the Dean, Rector, and Prof. Eli, and also all audience, yeah, all speakers. Please let me to start my presentation. There are five things that I want to present. Yeah, the first one is about background data and fact about Indonesia, especially around Asian country and the situation around the world, and the concept about AI and development and theoretical discussion or dialogue related to the democracy, humanity, sustainable development, and artificial intelligence. And then I offer CGPMH model, collaborative governance plus multi-helix that I developed in 2023 to approach this case. And now I start with the background data and fact. In the case, in the context of democracy, Indonesian Democracy Index in 2024 belong to category what we call it flawed democracy, atau demokrasi yang cacat. I think this is linked with the Professor Aspinall presentation, that now we have what we call it flawed democracy rather than full democracy, and here also hybrid regime and authoritarian regime. And we are in the blue color in this case, but what is it? Low blue colors, not strong one, strong blue. This strong blue is full democracy. And then in terms of Asian Democracy Index in ASEAN, we are ranked number 4, below Malaysia, Timor-Leste, and Philippines. And also in terms of Indonesian Democracy Index, actually we are fluctuated. We have a good performance in the era of SBY, but then after that, in the era of Chikawe, we are fluctuated, and now we are go down, Until now in 2024, our Indonesian Democracy Index is 6.44, So it's mean that we are going down in terms of democracy. And then in terms of Indonesian economic growth, we are ranked number 4. Our growth now 5.02. Actually, this is still low. If we look to the target that we want to be high income country in 2045, according to the RPJPN kita, Indonesia Emas 2045, that we are insist to get growth around 7 or 8, I think. But now we are still in the 5 point of our growth. And then compared to the Indonesian Index Gini atau gap pendapatan income di kita, it's mean that we are still ranked number 2. It's mean that we have gap indeks Gini atau gap pendapatan antar orang Indonesia itu masih sangat tinggi. So we are below Thailand. It means that Thailand is the worst country around Asian country who have index Gini performance. And Indonesian index Gini tend to increase from 2008 until 2023. And also, if we look in the second period of President Jokowi, index Gini also remains stable. He start in September 2019, 0.38, and now in the September 2004 is the same number. It means there are no change about index Gini atau gap pendapatan antar the have and the poor in Indonesia. And also this is about index Gini in spatial terms. We can look years. 7 provinces below national, including in the West Java and also in Papua. Most of them in Papua, and we have also in Sulawesi. And then in terms of poverty, number and percentage of poverty in Indonesia also remain stable for the last 10 years. You can see here in March 2019, we have 25.14 million the poor people in Indonesia. And then after that, in March 2024, the number is even increased, slightly increased, 25.22 million. It means not much change in terms of the number of poor people in Indonesia. In terms of percentage, also remain stable. Start in 9.41 in March 2019, and in March 2024 is 9.03, slightly decreased. So if we look here, about poverty, and then mostly poverty in Papua, in Sulawesi, and in NTB, NTT, and also East Java and West Java, South Sumatra, and also North Sumatra. Ini beberapa gambaran poverty in Indonesia. And about world governance indicator in Indonesia, we have 6 ukuran, world governance indicators. I just saw some of them, including the first one is corruption index. In the last 10 years during the Jokowi era, CPI remained stable. Started in 34 in 2014, and then in the 2024 also in the same number. It means that not much change about corruption perception index in Indonesia. And in the middle there also in this in terms of governance effectiveness, we can see also Indonesian governance effectiveness is below Malaysia and Singapore in 2022, and in terms of regulator quality, in terms of policy quality, this is also we have we can see here that we are still under Malaysia and also under Singapore, and we can see here overlapping policy or regulation that we have in the total, in the national government, more than 16,000 regulation. And then in the kementerian atau lembaga ada 25,000 regulation. In the local government, we have 210 regulation. So that's why overlapping regulation is quite common in Indonesian situation. And then related to the sustainable development goal, we now in the position of what we call, we see here in the blue color also. It means that we are in the score between 60, 50, something like that, So in the level of ASEAN, we are number 4. Yeah, our SDGs achievement is 70.2, increase following the years, but still under Singapore, Vietnam, and Thailand. And in terms of AI, artificial intelligence readiness, we are also ranked number 4. Yeah, we are still under Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore in terms of kesiapan mengaplikasikan artificial intelligence. And in terms of Indonesian internet profile, 77% of Indonesian population already have internet, or about 210 million people already connected to internet. So this is the description about data and fact about Indonesia in Asian country, related to the thema that we have conference today. And then in terms of world situation, we are now under disruption era, and also our society now move from the information society to society 5.0, or super smart society. And then in terms of Indonesia, we have some people who are still in the information society, and some of them still in industrial society, even some people still in the agrarian society. Maybe little bit, just small tribe, mungkin masih di hunting society, So all type of the society, even in the society 5.0, we have all these classification. It's mean that make difficult for Indonesia to handle the situation, because we have variety in terms of society classification. And also industrial revolution 4.0 and COVID-19 also changed the situation, and war and conflict in Ukraine, Russia, Palestine, Israel, Iran also influence the current situation. So I would like to go to the theoretical discussion, and before to the theoretical assumption, little bit explanation about artificial intelligence. This is the concept that actually I'm not really familiar with this artificial intelligence. I need to learn this, and then I need to also put here, to share the concept, that compared to concept of democracy, humanity, and also sustainable development. The artificial intelligence, the ability of machine to use algorithm to learn from data and use what has been learned to make decision like human would. So all system that think like human. So this is like a big data. We are now familiar with big data to predict something. And then also using blockchains, in the digital currency or payment, land registration or voting in democracy, in election, identity management, and others. And also this is what the change that we have in society 5.0, that we combine big data in artificial intelligence to move from the society classification to society 5.0, and that in the level we already try to combine, to integrate between cyberspace and then physical space. So this is make the situation make easy for the people, inhabitant to easily analyze data and through big data and anything, and also with the tool artificial intelligence, make easy to process everything. And then of course the aims of this all to balance between economic advancement and also environmental and social problems. So we need to combine, including reduction of emission, promotion of sustainable development or industrialization. So the combination or the between economic, social, and environmental condition. So the discussion about the theme, rethinking democracy, based on the data above and the situation that we have in the world, rethinking democracy amid the rise of AI entail a concerted effort to integrate ethical guidelines, promote inclusive policy, and harness the transformative capability of AI for the public good. And this approach must ensure that while technology leads to efficiency and innovation, it does not come at the expenses of democratic engagement, human values, or equitable sustainability. So democracy as a foundation for sustainable development. Jadi demokrasi adalah dasar untuk pembangunan berkelanjutan. And we can see in the data above, the position our Indonesian current situation now in the flow democracy. And the sustainable development achievement juga kita masih di warna biru, belum juga optimal. So this is we can see the achievement of our flow democracy index dan sustainable development terlihat sejajar, dan asumsi bahwa demokrasi as a foundation for sustainable development can be proved from the data above. And democracy is widely recognized as a fundamental pillars for promoting sustainable development. So we can see from the data above, this is go together, primarily due to its capacity to institutionalize participation, inclusivity, and accountability and governance. So democratic governance inherently foster a political climate that promotes active citizen involvement in policy-making process, especially in matter concerning long-term societal and environmental well-being. So if citizen involvement in policy-making process going down, atau kita lebih banyak dikuasai oleh oligopoli pengambilan keputusan, decision making in the policy making process, so it's been also will influence the situation of societal and environmental well-being, including the sustainable development. So that's why if we look the data above, the poverty and also Gini index, it's tend to stable or not much change for the last 10 years. So this is because of the situation that we also not much change in the democratic situation, or maybe malah lebih menurun demokrasinya, seperti yang Prof. Aspinal mention that our democratic tend to go down atau lebih buruk situasinya sekarang. Nah, demokrasi as a foundation for sustainable development, this is a theoretical connection between democracy and sustainable development rests on the assumption that participatory governance, foster informed decision making, mitigate elite capture. Nah, ini tadi mitigasi elite capture, tapi kalau elite capture-nya already dominated by oligarki, situasinya akan menurunkan situasi demokrasi kita and enable the pursuit of collective long-term goals. However, the strength of this relationship varies depend on the quality of democratic institution. Jadi kalau kualitas democratic institution kita going down, otomatis akan going down juga. And the extent to which they are embedded in the broader societal value that support sustainability. Kemudian untuk human rights, humanity, human right, participatory governance and sustainable development. Human rights provide a moral and legal framework that ensure development does not come at the cost of dignity, equity, or justice. So in participatory governance, recognition of human rights empowers citizens to hold government accountable and to demand that development policy reflect the collective interest rather than elite preferences. This dynamic strengthens the feedback loop between state and society, enhancing policy efficacy and social cohesion. So in this way, integration of human rights into democratic governance structure becomes both a precondition and a product of sustainable development. So it means that it is strongly correlated between democracy, humanity, and also sustainable development. And artificial intelligence in democratic and sustainable governance significantly bolster sustainable development if implemented within a framework that align technological innovation with ethical and societal goals. So it means that we need to care about ethical and societal goals to keep AI support sustainable development. Otherwise, AI also dangerous in the other side. Yeah. So AI can monitor air quality, regulate traffic flows, and manage energy consumption, contributing to more sustainable urban environments. But, however, AI system trained on biased data can marginalize vulnerable population, thus undermining the inclusive principle central to democratic and sustainable governance. Ini also warning ya, AI also can be dangerous, AI system, if we not use it carefully, specifically dealing with biased data that we have. And then while AI holds the promise of augmenting sustainability effort, its integration must be carefully managed to avoid exacerbation democratic deficit or eroding civil liberties. Yeah. The challenge lies in ensuring the AI implementation remains accountable, inclusive, and aligned with the democratic norms and sustainability objectives. Then normative and ethical dimension of AI in governance, the long-term effect of AI, especially on ecological system and future generation, must be central to any ethical assessment of AI application. So if we talk about AI, the ethical assessment must be correlated to the need of ecological system and future generation. This is ini harus menjadi the main part of the ethical assessment or ethical consideration of artificial intelligence. Underscoring the need of unethical governance architecture that ensure AI development is compatible with democratic accountability and sustainability values, transparency and algorithmic decision making, inclusiveness in design process, and accountability for unintended consequences are non-negotiable element for such a framework. And risk of technological encroachment on democratic value, the surveillance capacity of AI, especially in non-democratic or weakly democratic regime, can lead to the erosion of privacy rights, suppression of dissent, and the entrenchment of political power. Even in liberal democracies, the misuse of AI by state or corporate actors raises concerns about accountability and transparency. Jadi, this dual nature of AI necessitates a governance model that not only enable ethical, technological innovation, but also safeguard democratic norms. Jadi tidak hanya memungkinkan adanya informasi teknologi dengan AI, but also safeguard democratic norm yang harus diperhatikan. Jadi regulatory mechanism must be developed to monitor and mitigate the misuse of AI while promoting its positive application in democratic participation and sustainable development. Toward a synergetic governance framework with GGPHM model, jadi when we look synergetic governance framework, there are 3 points or 3 variables. They are important: participatory governance, yeah, ensuring inclusive stakeholder engagement in policy making, technological development to legitimize decision and align them with democratic value. And the second, technological alignment with SDGs, leveraging AI to achieve SDGs, particularly through innovation in environmental monitoring, energy efficiency, and equitable service delivery, while minimizing adverse social impact. And then the third, ethical oversight and regulation, developing normative framework that guide AI development toward long-term societal benefit, emphasizing intergenerational justice, algorithmic transparency, and data protection. So the third thing, the important and collaborate and develop in the model, what we call it collaborative governance plus multi-helix model, when the
Prof.
public
Andi?
policy interact with some helix, at least 5 helix, yeah, academisi, business, governance, community, media, and other helix, yeah, in collaboration dynamic, yeah, governance, synergic governance that will give outcome and impact to the sustainable development.
2
Some
minutes.
of my
Excuse me,
doctoral
Prof.
students
Andi.
already use this framework, yeah. And this is the principle we have. We can skip it up, yeah. And then inclusive policy reform also important in this issue, and also strategic policy rule, yeah, to overcome the gap, and the governance benefit that important in this model, yeah. So I think that's all my presentation, yeah, for this conference, to have a look the theme. So I look a more general discussion based on the theme of this conference. Thank you very much, yeah. I will give it back to moderator.
Thank you,
Wassalamualaikum
Prof.
warahmatullahi
Andi. Big applause. Thank you, Prof. Andi, for providing us with a very rich data on the democratic situations in Indonesia and also economic situations, and also the data about readiness to use technology among countries in Southeast Asia. And also Prof. Andi mentioned about the link between democracy, sustainable development, and also artificial intelligence. According Prof. Andi mentioned that artificial intelligence can be used to bolster sustainable development if the implementations of the AI following the framework that must be considered, like democracy, human right, and so on and so forth. Because the use artificial intelligence is also, there are so many risks. Yeah, for instance, injustices and so on and so forth. So that's why Prof. Andi remind us about the use of the artificial intelligence must be within the framework that must be considered. Okay, dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, we are now come to the final or the last speaker, last but not least, Prof. Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth. So, Prof. Misbah, time is yours. And big applause for Prof. Misbah.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Hasim, for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah. Honorable all the speakers in this plenary session. The first, Prof. Peter Suwarno from Arizona, and also Prof. Saud Ali, and then Prof. Aspinall from Canberra, and Prof. Andi Fefta from Malang, from Brawijaya University, and the Dean and Vice Dean, and also ex-Dean, and all the lecturer and attendant in this forum, and also all the students. Yeah, it's a very nice time today to discuss all over the topic on democracy. And what I want to present here is like a small light. Yeah, that's very small light in the forest of dark democracy of Indonesia. We just listen to the presentation from Pak Peter and then also Prof. Aspinal and also from Prof. Andi. Even Prof. Andi give us the map of the democracy in the world. And what is the place of Indonesia? It is still in the term of Pak Peter. Yes, Indonesia have back forwardness of democracy. Prof. Afsinal used the term of backsliding democracy, and then Prof. Andi used the term of defected democracy and fall democracy. So how dark the picture of democracy in Indonesia? It is all presented by male presenter. Yeah, sorry, because Prof. Saud Ali still have the hope on the AA for the empowerment of women. And what I want to present here, I give the title, From the Present to Power, Women Decision Makers in the Struggle for Gender Equality in Political Institutions. It is very positive, and there is a hope there. And this is, yes, the result of my continuation of my research on women in a political institution. And my former research related to the quota and related to also how women in legislative give the protest by resistant protest, for example. And now, after 3 times of election, we will see how the progress of women in the legislative. And I make a note here that I approach this theme, this subject, not only as a scholar, but as a woman who has witnessed at close how difficult the transformation really is in the courageous of women who navigate institutions built without them, and sometimes against them. Yeah, their presence is not passive, it is strategic, and it is contested and deeply meaningful. That is my hope. So the presence of women in the political institution, it is not only a symbolic now, not as the first of the quota law enacted first time, but it is started to substantive. And what often celebrate when more women enter politics, but the deeper, more uncomfortable question, does their presence lead to real power? This is the general question about the presence of women in legislative. So that is why, for making this presentation covered all the topic, I will try to, no worry, Pak Hasim, I will present quickly and fast. I will divide the topic into background and then research problem, because this is based on my article presented in this conference. And then also literature review and methodology, and finally the result and discussion. Yes, if we see to the process of women in political sphere, we can see that so many research that we can find in the journal that it is too fast, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it is too fast, I think. Yeah. There are so many phenomenon in the world underline the woman. For example, that in Africa, related to the quota, I think Rwanda become the focal point in the world because the country stated 60% for quota in political institution. And some scholars said that the quota of 30% in Indonesia, it is not only the marker of democratization, but also revolution for getting transformation. Yes. Based to the study in the countries in Scandinavian country, for example, the quota, after the quota stated, so many progress in the countries getting by the country. For example, the rate of corruption and then welfare also increased. And it is, I think, something that we must think about to see how about women in the legislative, and I focus in the Central Java legislative. And so what I want to see in this research is that what kind of effort for the woman becoming the chair of the commission. Because in Central Java legislative, of 5 commission, 3 of them chaired by women. And it is not the only commission A discuss about perempuan and anak, but also that many person and scholars said that as the soft commission, but they chair also the hard commission. It is on B, it is related to the development and infrastructure, economic, and then D on development and infrastructure. That formerly always chaired by men. And after getting the data from the chair and also the member of legislative, we can find, and it is, I think, a small hope here. Because although they are women, they have their own agenda on equality, on gender equity and equality, insert in their own program in that commission. And on the time we review what about their constraint in their struggle to getting gender equity and equality in their commission, they said that we can imagine nearly 70% of the legislative members in Central Java is a new member, and 30% is the constitutive continuation member, and the 3 chair of the commission is the they have been 4th time become legislative member, both in the district or kabupaten kota or in provincial level. So here we can find that seniority for women is become the pre-requirement to become the power to enhance their capacity and getting the goal of the commission related to their topic or their field of work. So here I think there is a hope too, but it is very critical too for us to ask, must women become all of the life to become legislative member, to become the senior legislative member and have the authority to have the power. So here I don't give up hope, but related to the data, what they feel hard to make a goal of their commission program is the structure of political party. Personally, they can, it is like no problem to give the idea or to support the goal of the commission. But after getting to the party, so the lobby must happen here. And sometimes the ideal of gender agenda even fail in this context of political bargaining. What's the thing that they want always to get the goal, to achieve the goal. As women, also we find that what I found in my former research, there is a feminine strategy. Women, even as the chair of the commission, always hinder the process of confrontation. So here we can find that women factually have political strategy to goal their achievement. And I think this is the point that we must underline. And it is different between men and women. Because men always be brave to be confrontative, but not women. But in one point, women win the differentiation of the few with their own way. I think the problem is here, and in the very limited time, I think the grand of my idea is that factually women now achieve the power to become the chair of the institution in the legislative institution, and they try to underline their own agenda on gender equity and equality, also many trouble they faces, especially related to the political institution, become the umbrella of their position in the legislative. But whatever the women try to make a goal in their program is something specific. And it is strengthened my former research that they have specific approach to win the confrontation. And that is the grand of my research design. And I think what I try to present in the slide is more more complete. I think you can read that. Yes, that's all, Pak Hasim. But I have a closing of my reflection. Yeah. Yes. In the end, gender equality in politics is not only about increasing number of women in office. It is about shifting the way power itself operates, how it is structured, distributed, and imagined. And I say this with care because I know this struggle is not abstract. It is a real struggle and very personal. And it is fueled by quiet compromise, lovely battles, and moments that make you want to cry. not out of weakness, but out of love, love for justice, for dignity, and for the belief that woman's voice, when truly heard, can reshape democracy itself. Yeah. And at the end, it will impact to the social transformation. I think that's that I can present in this occasion. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I think Prof. Alice present with the all coming from the bottom of her heart. So I think Prof. Alice remind us about the feminist or women activists standpoint that there's no democracy without women. Yeah, but Prof. Alice tell us the story of the female politicians. They struggle to get elected in general elections. After they elected, the struggle is still going on during the political process in legislative body. Like when they bring the gender justice agenda, there is so many challenges from other politicians. Yeah, Ibu Alice mentioned about the organizational or political culture within the political party. So I think that is the situations of the women politicians, the struggle that they experience in legislative or other political institutions. Okay, dear participants, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, now time for Q&A sessions. We still have about 30 minutes. Yeah, Prof. Muhyar, and then Pak Sukendar, and then also Akhyadi Sofyan, my colleague, and then another one. Yeah, we have 4. Yeah. Yes. Oh, okay, and also participant from online. I mean, who joined the conference through Zoom. Is there anyone who want to ask questions? Okay. Okay, while waiting for the response from the participant online, I would like to give the first opportunity to Prof. Muhyar Fanani. Please, Prof.
Thank you for the opportunity from moderator. I would like to ask about the gap between ideal democracy and real democracy. Al-Farabi said in his book, Ara'u Ahlil Madinah Al-Fadilah, he said that the best country is the one led by a prophet. If there is no prophet, then the best country is one led by a philosopher, one who can act like a prophet. If there is no philosopher, then the best country is one led by a person who loves wisdom. He is the one who can act like a philosopher or a prophet. Therefore, from this statement, actually, the fourth pillar of our Pancasila is in line with Al-Farabi opinion that what I call as ideal democracy. But in the real democracy of the current Indonesia, we entrapped, as Prof. Aspinal said, that entrapped in vicious circle or satanic circle, lingkaran setan. Therefore, I will ask to Prof. Edward Espinal that liberal democracy is not appropriate for Indonesia, could you give concrete suggestions for us? What is actually the best model of Pancasila democracy actually? This is for Prof. Aspinal. And the second is my question to Prof. Peter. How to, what happened in the last 10 years during Ustadz Mulyono as President of Republic of Indonesia is the dominated presidency by oligarchy or by oligarchs. According to Pak Peter, how to avoid the domination of oligarchy in the liberal democracy era in current Indonesia? And my third question goes to Prof. Suad Ali. Using AI to manipulate public opinions in politics, like what was done by buzzers in Indonesia, how to make sure that ethical principles were obeyed by EA programmers and all societies using AI program. And for Prof. Andi Fifta, how we can overcome or get out from the high-cost democracy trap. Political parties should be funded by government, not by society, as well as what happened in the liberal democracy. What do you think about this? And the last but not least, Bu Eli, my idola, my mantan, Bu Eli. Yeah, but we now live in a democracy fossil era. Therefore, the democracy is very high cost activities. What we need from women society is smart, intelligent, wise women to become who have a bigger role in political party and public affairs, not an artist and only beautiful physical but zero ozone mind artist to become a member of parliament. How to facilitate the intelligent, smart, and wise woman to have a big role in public affairs. What do you think? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Mohyar Fanani. Next questions, Pak Kendar, please. Yeah.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the all speaker for the precious presentation. I would like to ask first for Professor Suad Ali. Professor Andi Fetawijaya just gave a description about AI that was it is trying to think like human, but the thing is, or the problem is, they think like men, not human like men. So this is the bias, what Prof. Suad Ali call it as the bias of this algorithmic bias. And the fact that I tried to figure out some of the fact about the percentage of women involving in the education, STEM education, yeah, science, technology, and also engineering and math education, which is in Indonesia is still below the male, and also I don't know about how about in the USA, but the question is why we have this problem that women are below the female student are below male student in the representation in the STEM education. So what is the explanation for that? And my second question for Professor Aspinal and Professor Andi Fetawijaya, and Pak Andi Fetawijaya is my friend in Flinders University when he did his PhD, and we know each other, Pak Andi Fetawijaya. So my question is, this is about the link between AI and democracy. How to link, how to boast democracy, whether either formal and informal democracy through artificial intelligence, technically. Yeah, technically. How we benefit from this EA, so the money politic gone, the vicious circle or satanic circle gone with this AI. So, so what we can do with this, yeah. And my third question is for Bu Eli. We know that there is an affirmative action through the quota 30%, but till up to present time, it never met. Yeah, it never met the quota, and there are some explanation on that. But okay, now like Bu Eli said, that women now in the parliament, and even got some power, heading the commission. Yeah, so how we measure the success of these women? Is it through their presentation in the parliament? Yeah, through the nominal, through the quantity of their presentation, or through the output of the policies of the government, yeah, which is coming from the legislative, like, for example, Central Java. Do they issue regulation about the prosperity of women, children, and so forth? Yeah. So does it come from the women representative, or it's just there? We are successful because we are there. We are in the parliament. Yeah, we achieved this, and is it enough? So how to measure the success of that? Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Kendar. Now, my colleague, Akhri Adi Sofyan, please come forward.
Terima kasih. My question to Pak Ed, I'd like to ask about Parcok, Pak Ed. Partai
Parcok.
Coklat, ya, Partai Coklat, which refers to police institution Indonesia.
Please,
Police
mic
institution
closer.
Indonesia. As we know that military in Indonesia, including police, is involved by regime in Indonesian history. Post-reformasi 1998, police is no longer part of military or TNI or ABRI, before is ABRI. And the spirit of reformasi is apart police from political practice and make police become a professional institution and natural institution. So I'd like to ask about more opinion from Pak Ed about the phenomena of Indonesian democracy, backsliding democracy in Indonesia, which is included Parcok, how state, how regime mobilize state apparatus, which is especially police, with the phenomenon of Partai Coklat or Parcok. That's it. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Akhri Adi Sofyan. Now, the last questions from this conference room, and then afterward, I will check the question from online participants. Yeah.
Check. Okay, I'm Milatul Zulfa. I'm student from Wali Songo State Islamic University. I would like to ask question for Professor Suat Ali and Professor Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth, maybe. Sorry if my question is out of context. And my question is, while AI brings many benefits, it is also used to fuel gender-based digital violence. Technologies like deepfake are often misused to spread non-consensual pornographic content, especially targeting women, reinforcing online harassment, and inequality. So, how can government and civil society and digital platform prevent AI misuse like deepfakes that disempower women in digital space? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. There's so many questions. Probably we're going to respond first the question from the participant in this conference room, and afterward I'm going to read some questions that post online through Zoom meeting. I would like to invite first, because there's so many questions for Prof. Aspinal. So there is one question from Prof. Moyar Fanani, and then also from Pak Sukendar, and then also from Pak Akhyari Sofyan. So I would like to invite first Prof. Aspinal. Please respond the questions from the participants.
Thank you very much for the questions. So first from Pak Muhyar Panani, I think, if I'm not mistaken with the name. The question was about what is the best model for Pancasila democracy in Indonesia. So actually, to be honest with you, I feel that the institutional model that was developed as a result of Reformasi was generally speaking quite appropriate for Indonesia. The various institutional forms, if you look at the Indonesian constitution as it was amended, the large number of control institutions, the KPK, these various other commissions and so on, it's almost like a very effective set of institutions and of institutional design. I think any democracy would be proud to have such a well-designed system. The problem is really in the informal practices, right? So it's not so much that the design of the system is problematic, it's the practices of the people who are running the core institutions. So the question is to think more carefully about what kind of institutional, maybe not massive institutional reforms, but institutional tweaks or institutional redesigns could be directed at changing those patterns of behavior. That's the challenging situation that Indonesia is in at the moment. That it's not so much now a question of grand design of the political system, but more precise identification of strategies that can be used to get rid of practices such as money politics, which we've been talking about. So, for example, just to give one example, I'm not convinced that the shift towards the suara terbanyak, the open list parties, the open list proportional representation system in the DPR was a good change. That I think that had a big role in encouraging vote buying in the Indonesian system, and also of undermining the integrity of Indonesia's political parties, so that we have very little programmatic content to Indonesian elections now. Mostly the competition takes place between individual candidates, and if it's just individual candidates competing for people's votes, then the temptation will always be to use money. So one possible reform, I think that would be possible, would be to re-examine the electoral system that is used in Indonesia and maybe go back to the closed list system. So that's, yeah, so yeah, I think actually the overall design of Indonesia's democracy is quite good if we look at the formal institutions. It's the informal practices which are the problem. Then it was Pak Sukendar, I think, about what's the impact of artificial intelligence and on democracy. I think the problem here is that a lot of Indonesia's democracy takes place not through a digital space, but actually through face-to-face interactions. So often when we talk to political candidates, they're often quite interesting actually, that they have often a distinction between what they call their air war campaign, Perang Udara, and the the land war, Perang Darat, right? And for most candidates, it's the land war campaign, which is much more important. And that means building face-to-face connections with voters through their success teams, distributing cash, distributing money, and so on. For a few candidates, especially in more urban areas where there are more middle-class voters who are not so interested in vote buying or getting money from candidates, these are usually the candidates who spend a lot more effort in developing their digital strategies, their social media campaigns, who emphasize more programmatic appeals, promising what policies they will bring to the campaign and so on. So I feel that mostly the potential for artificial intelligence, and I'm really not an expert in this field, so I would be interested to hear what Professor Ali and others have to say about this. But the potential for artificial intelligence to really impact Indonesian democracy, at least when it comes to elections and voting, is really on that small part of the electorate which is primarily defining their choices through what they consume digitally. So for most campaigns, that's only a small part of the election. For the presidential election, it's most voters. So that's potentially where it's quite important, I think, for the national level election campaigns. Okay, and then the final question from Pak Akiarti Sofian, about Partai Coklat, the role of the police in contemporary Indonesian democracy. So I haven't made a special study of this. I think it's quite a difficult topic to research. So what I know about the role of police in elections, etc., is really largely derived from my reading of the Indonesian media, the very good reports in Tempo magazine, for example, around the time of the last presidential election, plus what we know from our informal interactions with local politicians, because I think there are two primarily ways in which the police intervene in politics. One is in elections, which is quite new, and secondly is through criminal investigations and prosecutions, which are targeted and politicized, which has been going on for much longer. And then there's sort of a third variety, which is about fundraising for the police, where often the police will open investigations of local political leaders, mayors, party, etc., in order to extract funding from them. Or projects or whatever, right? So, I mean, I guess the one thing I would say about the police is that there was one big reform that occurred with the police early in Reformasi, right? And that was the separation of the police from the military. And that was very effective, the transfer of authority over most, not all, but most internal security, but also ordinary criminal matters and so on to the police, and the strengthening of the police as an institution. But apart from that, can we say that there was really significant reform within the police that was more than merely decorative? Was there really a deep reform of how promotions work in the police institution, for example? Can we say that meritocratic appointments and promotions are really deeply institutionalized within the police? I think no. I think the answer is no. And so I think that is part of the problem, actually, that this is one institution where reform early on was actually quite limited. And given that we know that, as people want to go up in the police, again, I'm not an expert on this, but as people want to go up in the police institution, there's well, let's just say there's a lot of opportunities for politicization there. So I'll leave it there because I've already been speaking for too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Aspinall, for the response. I think I would like to read also the question from the participant who asked question online for Prof. Aspinall. So I will read the questions. To Pak Edward Aspinall, I work as a research consultant for one of the newer political parties in Komisi A DPRD Jakarta, and I think your hypothesis fits very well with the party's experience during 2019 till 2022, the party tried to spearhead local anti-money politics innovation, such as returning unused low socializations money to the local government, but the other parties were very unreceptive. So that is the question. Would you like to respond this question, Prof. Asminal? Oh, sorry, there is another question, sorry, for Prof. Asminal. What are the opportunities for, this is from Virtus Satyaka, and the first question from Hidayatur Rahman. What are the opportunities for people or citizens to fight for democracy that side with the people? In the era of social media and AI, if the rulers and regimes can control the buzzers, on the other hand, the power of civil society has not yet consolidated itself into a power as a control of a power. So this is the questions from Virtus Stiaka. So there is two questions, Prof.
So the first question was about money politics and this party that didn't want to, that wanted to return the apa uang recess, right, the recess money, and it was very isolated. Yeah, so I think that's the problem, that there are very few incentives for individual politicians, or in this case, I guess the members of a particular fraksi, to take a stand on these issues as individuals, because they know that potentially when it comes to the next election, they won't be rewarded for that. And I think that is one of the really distinctive features of Indonesia's democracy at the moment, that we don't really see a strong anti-corruption or anti-money politics political party, right? If we look in other parts of Southeast Asia even, like Thailand or even Malaysia, there are often political parties that become quite big and quite popular by developing anti-corruption campaigns. South Korea is another good example. So I think that is the problem partly with the electoral system that is used, which, as I said before, emphasizes the role of individual candidates rather than parties. But it is, even so, I think still a big question for me, is there not really space for, in Indonesian politics, for a political party that really promotes clean politics? The second question was about opportunities for civil society action and so on. And I think there is a lot of space still for that kind of activity. It's difficult, sure, but it's not as difficult as it was under the new order. This political space is still much more open than it was under the Suharto period. And under the Suharto period, there was certainly a lot of civil society activism. I guess the difference now is that under Suharto, it was very easy to develop a target, right? Turunkan Suharto, bring down Suharto. Whereas now, who or what exactly is the target of a united or unified civil society campaign? I think also the other problem, it comes back to this issue, this point I was just making. Again, if we look at other parts of Southeast Asia, we can see that there's been many very large civil society movements. For example, in Thailand, right? The student movement has become very powerful in Thailand in recent years. And in Indonesia too, we see the return of student protest as a mass political phenomenon for the last 5 or 6 years or so. The difference between Thailand and Indonesia is that in Thailand, they were able to transform their civil society movement into a very powerful political party. Future Forward, Move Forward party, they have many problems because they have a very authoritarian constitutional court which keeps disbanding the party and constricting its leaders. But again, I think that is a very interesting comparison, that we see civil society prospects in both countries, but in Indonesia, it's really the political party space which is really stagnant, I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Spinall. Now I would like to invite Professor Sot Ali to respond some question from the participants. This is from Prof. Moyar Fanani, Pak Sukendar, and also from Bilatul Zulfa. Please, Prof. Sot Ali.
Thank you very much indeed. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I hope that I remembered all of the questions, but most of them address almost the same thing. Why the number of female in STEM education is less than male, and I spoke about it's not only students. It's that involves also hiring. When I addressed the barriers facing women, and I talked about that women face discrimination in STEM education in hiring processes as well, and I spoke also about the fact that there were unequal numbers of access to funding. For example, even in accepting female students in STEM education, you find that the funding is given more to male students more than female students, and the leadership is all male, of course, as you know, in that regard. But on the other hand, in other universities, such as the University of Khartoum, where I got my first degree, in addition to the University of London, when we were in London before we went back to Sudan about 30 years ago. So today, recently, amazingly, female students in medicine and in engineering at the University of Khartoum is way larger than male students. So in some respects, you see that, STEM education, but definitely in the West and in large university, you see male students more dominating those kind of. So in the strategies I talked about that, how can we use artificial intelligence to help within that regard. We talked about discriminatory data sets and exclusion from policymaking as well. And this definitely, can address, how STEM education can include more females or equal numbers of females and males as well. But as far as hiring, of course, hiring is such a very biased thing, definitely, in STEM. And because most of the professors and most of the leaders, in leadership, they're male. And so when there is for example, when there is a position, and of course there are many candidates, the problem is that male candidates are preferred more than female candidates, and so on. So that's one of the definitely one of the problems that I talked about. How can we strategize and use AI to resolve those problems and contribute to resolving them. And I think there was a question about, that AI itself can be not always positive and it can be negative. And that's true, of course. My focus was, how to use it positively within the different areas that I spoke about. But definitely, Professor Andy spoke about many of the negative aspects of AI, and those are issues that are, very important, and they need to be addressed as well. Dean, can you remind me of the very first question that I wasn't able to hear very clearly when the first question was raised for me? Can you remind me of that question, please?
The first question. I think that's all, Prof. Suad Ali, about the bias in STEM and also the and also
the voice was not very clear.
Yeah, I think that's all.
Are you sure?
Yes. Okay.
Oh, that's all? Oh, okay. Thank you very much indeed. I really appreciate, and we hope that we can have more, discussion, later if you have any more questions. But of course, I talked about also different actions to consider regarding different aspects of those kind of questions and how we can we, in the strategies, for example, fundraising for female, students, leadership, as well as partnerships and collaborations with women's groups and so on. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very
Okay,
much
thank you,
indeed.
Prof. Suandari. Now I would like to invite Prof. Alice. Yeah. Depend on the questions. So there are 3 questions from Prof. Muhyal about how to get the intelligence female candidate, and also from Pak Kendar about how to measure the success of the role of women politicians, and then the third question from Milatul Zulfa about how to prevent from the negative use of AI for women. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Hasim. Yes, there are 3 questions based on me by Pak Muhyar, Pak Kendar, and Mbak Milatul Zulfa. The first, I want to reply what Pak Muhyar asked about how to make legislative member, woman legislative member, that who not only beautiful but also nice and achievementful. I think bright, have the progressive idea and powerful. Yeah, the process for getting professional legislative member or other profession, I think is not an instant process, ya Pak. My research on that I give the title "One Half Democracy." I focus on women who are active in political party, and based on the data, their track is very long. The first, they must become the activist of party, and to become the activist of party, as the research of Prof. Aspinal and also our friend Mas Mahsun, it is related much to the clientelism. So it is only the person who has the relation with the political party organizer or committee who are possible to be activists. And to be activist is the first step to become the organizer of the party. And to become the organizer of the party, what is the position? Of course, the most important is become the party chair. Because become the party chair will make the guarantee to become the candidate of the party. And the next process after become the candidate, so where he will be placed in the election is also the other point and problem. And then after they place in somewhere in the election zone, it will decide is she or he will be elected or not. And all the track is party decision. Party is the decision maker. That is why I think it is so hard to become the real politician in this context. So the culture of politics here must be transformed into the egalitarian political culture, because now still very masculine. And in the other side, I see in the process of enculturation, for example, if we see factually in our tradition, we have the tradition of tedak siten in Japanese tradition or in other ethnic tradition. In that tradition, there is a processual in which the baby can choose whatever the item in the tradition. So it will have the symbol on what kind of the interest of the baby. For example, the baby choose a Caesar, for example. So the meaning that factually they have the interest to become the physical doctor, for example. Or he will choose a car. So it will be have the meaning that next factually he will become the expert in car machine, for example. But there is no option to become the politician. That is why I think politician is out of the enculturation process in our society. That is why there is no specific mentoring or enculturation to become politician. And based on that view and observation, I think our culture must be transformed too. How can we have the educational process to become the politician, for example? And in the same time, the political culture will be transformed too. And I think it is not a short process, Pak Moyar. It is a very long process. I think based on cultural education, it needs more than 10 generations, I think. But there must be a proponent for the transformation itself. And I think it is, our burden to become the transformer of our education and our culture itself. So that is, I think, based on the concept of enculturation and then the real fact of the political culture, that is the fact. So I think it is not an instant process. And the enactment of quota law, yes, election law actually in 2004, it bear 3 times of election, still 3 times election, Pak Moya. So maybe it is related to the other question. Is it enough, Pak Kendra? Is it enough to see women as a substantive legislative member from only the number? No. Number is affirmative action. We hope that after getting the enough number, women then change the mind on their own jati in legislative, and so they have the progressive view about their jati. And it is also depend on the cultural enculturation on their jati. If they get the position only instantly, so there is no capital of knowledge that they have. But if they base on their own knowledge and then awareness about the jati of the position as politician, for example, I'm sure they will have the program, they will have the view, they will have the idea about what is it, the ideal of their role in the legislative member. I think for the Pak Kendar, about the regulation as the result of the process in the legislative, yes, for this term, it is has no regulation enacted. But in the last process, there is a regulation number 2, I think, in 2020. It is about PUJ, and then deviate in the governor regulation about the same term. But based on my note, there is in the term of 2009 and 2014, there is a specific word, although it is not explicit on the name of the regulation, but it is inside of the chapter in the regulation on education in Central Java. There is a word I remember about that. So the student, both male and female, this is the explicit mention of male and female. I think it is a process and a struggle of the members, and it is important. I think we not only hope that there is a specific title of the regulation, but all the regulation must be mainstreamed by gender equity and equality. I think that's the point, I think, Pak Kendar. And for Mbak Milati, because, yes, like media, yeah, social media, AI also something new for our life. So it needs, of course, the mindset of us, our mindset, to know about what is AI. And then, based on our knowledge, we must also aware the usefulness and unusefulness of the AI. And based on that, we must know what is good for our life, included what Professor South stated, that even using AI, we may consider about women empowerment. So education or literacy of AI is very important as to literacy for media and internet. I think that's all, Pak Hasim.
Thank you, Prof. Alice. Okay, big applause for Prof. Misbah. To all participants, Prof. Aspinal, because he has another meeting, so he already left the conference, Prof. Aspinal. So that is the information from Prof. Aspinal. Now, I would like to invite Prof. Peter Suwarno. There are some questions, so now please, Prof. Peter, to respond to some questions.
Okay, the question was about how to eliminate oligarchy. Okay, oligarchy. That's how. Okay, oligarchy is a group of people, wealthy people, who are in control of Indonesian politics. And how to get rid of them? I don't know how to get rid of them, actually. We don't, because in America, we also have oligarchy. We have Donald Trump, we have Elon Musk, and we also have many in Indonesia. So if we have to do, theoretically we can, that is, eliminate inequality, eliminate wealth being controlled by only a handful of wealthy people who are active in political interference. Another is, if we have any rule on penguasa and pengusaha, a powerful politician, high-ranking officials who are also businessmen. If you do not have any regulation on that, then it's very difficult to get rid of oligarchy. But if oligarchy is related to money politics, because they're the one who fund the political activities, including campaign, one solution is to expand public financing campaigns. So campaigns should be financed by the country, the government, or by public money, not individual business money, business people's money. And then the second is strengthening, if we have any campaign finance regulation, including transparency of how the money is spent during the political campaign. If we can have those, probably we can reduce the power and influence of oligarchy. Otherwise, with the condition in Indonesia now, I think it would be very difficult. I think that's my answer on that thing.
Thank you, Prof. Peter. Now the last response from Prof. Andi Fefta. Please, Prof.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I have a question first from Prof. Muhyar. Yeah, I think the question about how can overcome money politic, yeah, especially in the political trap. Yeah, should governance finance the political parties for the sake. Yeah, so in my opinion, yeah. In the to look at the Indonesian current condition, I think we should wise, yeah, to use our money because in the public policy there are two kind of uh, um, uh, thing, yeah, what we call it public good related to the public interest or to related to the public need. Ya. Untuk finance the political party, I think this is belong to the public interest, ya, rather than public need. So I think we should take in the second, the third, the fourth, or the fifth priority for that one. Especially, we still need a lot of money for public need to overcome our poverty and then pengangguran, ya, dan banyak kasus-kasus marginalization, ya, in our community that need public money, and itu uang yang dikumpulkan adalah dari mostly from our tax, ya. So that's why to me, it is I think put it in the second, third of priority to finance political party for the 6 year. And I think especially this is for money politic. If for the campaigns, I think government can arrange like in the Thailand. Yeah, campaign is very efficient. Some of the people who or political candidate who join with the campaigns, yeah, the government arrange only small small part or small corner, ya, di sana ada beberapa dan di sana mereka tidak jor-joran war in the papan reklame or anything something like that, ya, but they put the name of the people on the same standard, ya, the same pictures, ya, and then after that they just socialize, ya, and give campaign that this is the people that who want to be a senator, for example, or want to be the chief executive or mayor or anything like that. Yeah. So if the government arrange something like that, it's okay. Tapi if the government give money to run political party, I little bit I disagree about that one. Yeah, especially if the money goes to the kind of money politic or etc. I think that is public money. We must very carefully to and also we, as long as I involved in the Indonesian political democracy, no one candidate, yeah, from senator or from the chairman or the mayor over me, ya, money politik. I don't know why. Tidak pernah ada calon wali kota, gubernur, presiden ataupun kandidat from the DPRD, ya, menawarkan saya uang atau memberikan uang ke saya untuk mengelect them, men-choose them. Jadi about money politik, ya, akhir about that one, ya. Tapi mungkin for money politik itu workable untuk mereka-mereka yang memang saya setuju tadi Prof. Espinal, mungkin di mostly in the rural area atau certain kind of people, people living in the poverty or anything including in urban area, for example. So that's why kita juga harus war, ya, go to the war in terms of to solve poverty problem in Indonesia, to solve Gini index in Indonesia, perbedaan pendapatan ataupun pengangguran dan beberapa hal lain, ya, marginalized issue in Indonesia. Itu yang harus disolve kan gitu loh. Karena money politik maybe tidak akan mampir ke orang-orang yang dianggap sudah mapan secara ekonomi, secara pendidikan dan lain-lain. Makanya kita solve-nya juga secara ekonomi, secara pendidikan itu yang harus dipecahkan to solve the problem of our people gitu. Tapi kalau kita memberikan political party uang untuk mereka bergerak untuk money politik, nah itu sangat saya pikir saya tidak setuju untuk hal tersebut gitu ya. Tapi mungkin itu bukan yang dimaksudkan seperti itu, okay, kan? Pertanyaan itu bukan ditujukan untuk hal yang seperti itu. Not directed to the equation, I think the question that Prof Mahyar ya. Nah itu yang saya pikir ya. I think if the government arrange campaign and anything efficiently ya supaya mereka tidak jor-joran dalam campaign di sosial media ataupun di blackboard, di board gitu ya, itu saya pikir itu bagus ya untuk efisien ya. And then for the second question dari my friend Pak Suhendar ya, lama ini nggak ketemu Pak, sama-sama Flinders student before ya, we over there, and then this is the question related to the AI and democracy, artificial intelligence and democracy, how to boost good democracy ya with AI, including this is stop money politik ya, oligarchy involvement and etc. And I warning before the AI is a tool ya, hanya sebagai alat. AI itu artificial intelligence as a means ya, and depend on us ya how we use the means itself ya. Even oligarchy can use AI ya for their own sake ya, untuk kepentingan mereka sendiri ya. For example talking about money politik ya, kandidat in Indonesia bisa jadi mereka very popular, so they don't need money politik karena mereka very popular. They are linked kids ya, seperti Prof Eli tadi katakan, mereka punya, they have group or organization like women organization, like koperasi wanita gitu ya. Di Jawa Timur, I have a student, doctoral student, who in the long time membina ya koperasi wanita gitu, dan itu sumber beliau untuk elect gitu loh. This is a kind of source for them ya, for food ya, dan beliau bisa sampai 3 kali menjadi anggota dewan sampai sekarang karena posisi itu gitu loh, tidak karena uang gitu. Nah uang ini datang ketika dia tidak terlalu populer gitu kan, dan ingin mengalahkan orang yang populer. Nah dalam beberapa case saya lihat begitu. Ini kandidat come from outside, from this area, and then after that want to untuk menang ya, win in this area. Nah bisa jadi mereka menggelontorkan uang seperti itu. Nah mereka yang sudah melihat uang come to the area, akhirnya yang lain juga ikut-ikutan gitu loh. Wah ini uang sudah digelontorkan, akhirnya kandidat lain yang juga sebenarnya menang secara electoral vote atau mereka sudah punya vote yang dasar di daerah itu ikut-ikutan, akhirnya juga begitu. Akhirnya terjadi perang uang di situ. Nah di sini juga untuk law enforcement juga saya pikir juga perlu tetap ditegakkan ya untuk hal ini. Jadi untuk law enforcement tentang money politik dan lain-lain. Nah AI sendiri tergantung apa kita menggunakan itu tadi gitu loh. Jadi for example AI and big data, kita bisa mempredik siapa yang akan menang di daerah tersebut. Nah sometimes people who have money, dia menggelontorkan uang untuk memanipulasi atau untuk menganulir hasil yang diprediksi oleh AI dan big data tadi gitu. Bisa jadi juga seperti itu.
Okay.
Nah, makanya dealing with AI, we really not we need to establish what we call it ethical consideration ya untuk penggunaan AI di dalam political demokrasi, dan ini policy regulation harus mempertimbangkan ethical thing ya di dalam democratic governance. Kalau tidak ya nanti mereka bisa menggunakan AI sesuai dengan kepentingan mereka. Dan ini yang belum banyak diatur oleh pemerintah kita. Sehingga ke depan ini yang harus banyak di challenge ya, bagaimana ethical consideration itu juga involved, dan juga politik law enforcement juga harus diimbangi terhadap hal tersebut.
Oke, Prof.
Nah ini mungkin dari saya 2 pertanyaan ya.
Oke,
Sebenarnya
ya.
ada 1 pertanyaan lagi dari Pak Firdaus tentang Papua Free Movement ya. Itu belum ada yang menjawab tentang hal itu dari beberapa narasumber yang lain gitu loh. Atau mungkin saya yang merespon ini sebentar, bisa Pak Moderator?
Ya.
Pertanyaan beliau untuk semua to all speakers ini saya lihat di meeting chat itu loh. Beliau menanyakan opini tentang gerakan pembebasan Papua dan perjuangan mereka yang juga menggunakan teknologi digital. Apakah kasus ini dihubungkan secara langsung dengan kemunduran demokrasi Indonesia? I think in this case we cannot connect ya between the Free Papua Movement menggunakan teknologi AI dan advance teknologi untuk mempromosikan kemerdekaan mereka dengan kemunduran demokrasi Indonesia. Ini tidak terlalu berhubungan secara otomatis gitu ya. Not connected menurut saya loh ya. Tapi yang connected itu kalau pemerintah kemudian represif terhadap mereka yang menggunakan teknologi digital ini untuk kepentingan politik mereka. Jadi yang terpenting bagi saya untuk Free Papua Movement ini, kita harus terus menjalin konstruktif dialog ya dengan mereka, dan juga kita harus proaktif menggandeng mereka dalam konteks Papua, dan Papua juga harus kita tunjukkan bahwa kita betul-betul ingin membangun Papua secara ekonomi. Jadi kita harus tunjukkan ya, social economic development including environmental development itu harus kita prove bahwa kita betul-betul concern terhadap hal tersebut di sana, sehingga masyarakat Papua betul-betul menyatu dengan masyarakat lainnya di Indonesia ya, menjadi satu kesatuan yang utuh, karena memang niat baik dari pemerintah kita nasional gitu ya untuk membangun Papua dengan betul-betul gitu ya, dengan sungguh-sungguh, tidak hanya menjadikan itu sebagai project ya, or certain project or to do something gitu, but we really want to develop Papua menjadi daerah yang betul-betul improve gitu kan. Nah ini saya pikir ya, untuk itu dialog konstruktif dan juga mengajak mereka untuk betul-betul ini adalah penting gitu loh. I think that's all from me ya, Pak Moderator. Terima kasih ya. Assalamualaikum
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Andi Vefta. So, ladies and gentlemen, the participants of the conference, now we are in the end of the plenary sessions. Just want to conclude that democracy remains crucial for sustainable and just development. However, we are now facing a global tendency which is declining democracy. And the existence of artificial intelligence can be used to boost democracy and sustainable development, but it must be used under democracy and human right framework, or Prof. Andi Mefta mentioned about ethical framework. So I think that's all. As a token of appreciations, organizing committee of the conference want to present memento or certificates because we have Prof. Alice here, so representing all speakers. So the token of appreciation will be presented by our Dean. So please, Prof. Imam Yahya, presenting the certificate. So thank you, Prof. Imam Yahya, and also all the speakers, Pak Peter, already midnight there in Arizona, and also Prof. Suat Ali. Thank you very much for your kind of support. Let's close our plenary session by hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Is there any technical announcement for online participants? And
thank you very much, Bapak Nur Hashim, for leading the plenary sessions, and thank you very much for all audiences, the guests, and everyone who has joined the opening ceremony and the plenary sessions of this conference. And we still have two other parts of this conference, that is parallel sessions and closing ceremony in the afternoon, and I would like you to keep joining us until the end of the sessions of this conference. And having fact that we're going to have our break times, we welcome you to enjoy the lunch in the lobby outside this room, and maybe you would like to have your prayer, and after that joining the parallel sessions and closing ceremony according to the schedule that we have shared to you. Thank you very much. We will see you on parallel sessions at 1 p.m. Jadi kita punya waktu sekitar 20 menit kembali. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to lead this parallel session.
On Thursday, July 3rd, 2025. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to our parallel sessions. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I'm honored to welcome all presenters, moderators, invited guests, and participants to this session. And thank you for being here for your valuable contributions. I would also like to extend a special welcome to our invited panelists from ULAB. ULAB, or University of Liberal Arts Bangladesh, is a renowned university in which we have a substantial cooperations and has lasted since 2020. And we truly appreciate your presence and participations in this academic exchange. Thank you very much. This parallel sessions is part of our larger effort to foster interdisciplinary academic discussions and collaborations. And in each breakout room will host the focus sessions where presenters can share their work, engage with fellow scholars, and receive constructive feedback from moderators and participants. And we hope that this will be a meaningful experience for all of you. We request you to join your respective breakout rooms based on the pre-assigned schedule. And each room may be facilitated by a moderator and an operator if you need help to share your slides. And dear participants, dear presenters, please ensure your screen sharing functions work properly and kindly stay within the allotted time to allow space for discussions. And if you experience any technical issues, please contact the operator via the chat on your breakout rooms. And finally, thank you.
And I wish you all a productive and engaging session. Thank you very much. You may join the breakout rooms. If any of the presenters experience difficulties to join the breakout rooms, our operators is ready to help you out. So, dear all presenters, you are invited to join the pre-assigned breakout rooms. In breakout room 1, we have Dr. Muhammad Abdul Qadir and Mem Nandita Tabasumhan, Nazia Arfin Monami, and Professor Jit Willem Janela from ULAB. And for the breakout room 2, we have Virtus Satyaka, Ventika Zahra Koirunisa, Ibu Desi Trislowati, Ibu Tika Takayasa, Bapak Nur Hashim, and me myself. And then for breakout room 3, we have Bapak or Ibu Pijar Kolbun Salim, and then Ibu Dewi Dahlan, Bapak Muhammad Hidayatur Rahman, Bapak or Ibu Aryus Nifada, and then Bapak M. Ahmad Najih Alfain, and Ibu Eka Dartiningsih. And then for breakout room 4, we have Bapak Wasni Azwar, Ibu Dr. Lina Rohida, SOS MSI. We also have Ibu Afidatul Latifah, Ibu Vicky Mazaya, Bapak Tolhatul Khair, and Ibu Mukoyemah. And in the last breakout rooms, which is breakout room 5, we have Ibu Milatul Zulfa, Bapak Fritz Hotman Shah Mahita Damanik, and then we also have Bapak Fajri Zulia Ramadhani, Bapak or Ibu, I'm really sorry. Then after that, we also have Bapak Muhammad Hasanul Huda and Ibu Naili Nikmatul Iliyun. Once again, you are invited to join the breakout rooms. You can check the button from the Zoom on your screen and join the breakout rooms. Bapak Ibu bisa mengecek tombol yang ada di breakout rooms dan join breakout rooms sebagaimana yang sudah dibagi pada schedule. Dan apabila Bapak atau Ibu menemukan kesulitan, Bapak Ibu bisa menghubungi kami untuk bantuan lebih lanjut.
Selamat siang, Mbak. Breakup room-nya belum muncul kayaknya nih.
Yes, Bapak Muhammad Diatur Rahman, are you experiencing any problem? Apakah ada masalah?
Didn't
Sepertinya masih di mute kah?
breakup room didn't
Oh,
ready.
sorry. Mohon maaf, apa bisa diulangi, Bapak?
Belum ready breakup room-nya nih, belum tampil.
Breakout room-nya sudah ready, Bapak. Sudah.
Di mana nih ininya? Mencetnya di sini, nggak muncul.
Bapak bisa klik more.
Oh, di
Ada
more.
more. Baik, kami akan bantu Bapak Arios Nifada untuk masuk ke breakout room 3. Thank you. Mas, apa? Breakout room 1 udah ready semua? Oke. Hah? Ada moderatornya? Ya, udah. Nah, Mas, bisa tolong di streaming kan breakout room 1? Oke, thank you.
While the transition signals a shift in governance, it also reveals deeper fractures within Bangladesh democracy. This panel will explore the intersection of political polarization and democratic evolution in Bangladesh, examining the role of youth activism, the impact of divisive narratives, declining public trust in democratic institutions, and the urgent need for non-polarizing communication strategies. The discussion will shed light on the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for Bangladesh in pursuit of a more inclusive and participatory democracy. So we will be having 4 presentations. The first presentation will be done by Dr. Mohammed Abul Kader. Well, he has a class now, but he has sent his presentation, and he will be talking about the student movement and Hasina's ouster, what is next for Bangladesh. So Dr. Kader is an assistant professor of the University of Liberal Arts, Bangladesh. Okay, so I will now share his presentation.
bla bla yang dia nggak ada, dia ada di paralel nggak? Nah yang ada di paralel masukin yang nggak ada, barangkali mereka adalah audiens, masukin ke breakout room 1 gitu ya. Tak WA dulu aja. Oh, it's not in this meeting. Hilang. Berarti audiens ya? Udah ada audiens belum? Ada audiensnya? Tak mintain audiens ya, bentar ya. Gimana? Nggak ada orang? Nggak ada audiens? Baru tak cariin audiens, kamu siapin pertanyaan ya. Baru tak cariin, bentar. Nggak apa-apa, biar mereka yang handle. Biar mereka yang handle.
Review and adopt the recommendation submitted by the Reform Commission. In the meantime, the interim government also announced the next election plan. General elections are expected to make place in Bangladesh on February or April in 2026. There are some challenges now to ensure the religious freedom for all religious community and the ethnic community, reform the society to ensure the freedom of speech for the citizen, especially for the press and the media, less corruption. In one sense, it is lots of expectation, and it is also the goal for Bangladesh. The young who lead this movement, most of them are 20 to 25 years old. From the beginning of the protest, the young are saying they are the alternative. It is the challenges for Bangladeshi politicians. The old format politics need to be changed. The way previous prime minister and her family member dominated, the young generation don't want to see this anymore. Before I end, I would like to say, I believe there are lots of challenges, and it is also the opportunity for Bangladesh. I hope with all these challenges, Bangladesh will find her way to a democratic and anti-discriminating society. Thank you for all for listening me. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Kader, for your presentation. So Dr. Kader gave us an overview of what is happening now in Bangladesh after the ouster of the Sheikh Hasina government last year. So he's saying that we are at a critical juncture, and this is very pronounced when it comes to the spread of polarizing narratives um, on social media. So our next presenter is Miss Nandita Tabasum Khan. She was former lecturer at the University of Liberal Arts and now a consultant at MRDI, a think tank in Bangladesh. So she will be presenting the polarizing narratives that has come out recently, especially in social media. Okay, Nandita, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Professor Jude, for this opportunity. So we have already got that how the consequences and situation is taking shapes every day. So following this upheaval in 2024, Bangladesh is actually in a very critical juncture. So while the mass movement has opened up political space and public discourse, it has also published the competing narratives. How I have divided these narratives into three categories like political, nationalist, and religious narratives, and how these narratives actually making risks for the societal polarization at a whole, and this destabilizing the fragile democratic structure. So July, August. Okay, and so if we see into the deeper picture, we can see that the July-August student movement and the fall of the previous government triggered a spike in fabricated content and often involving recycled images, deepfake videos, and fake press releases, and high-profile figures such as the previous Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and also the present head of the interim government, Dr. Muhammad Yunus, and other public personalities has become the central targets of these narratives. Institutions like Awami League, military, police, BNP, all the political parties were also frequently implicated in misinformation campaigns. So if we see that how the surge of misinformation has been taken place, that we see statistics here that in comparison with 2023, we can see a 58% of increase in fact checks, and there are over 3,000 unique misinformation cases. So these misinformation cases are mostly political cases, as we can see the statistics. These statistics has been calculated by Dismiss Lab, one of the prominent fact-checking organization in the country, and we can see that 33% of misinformation was political, where we can see that most were taken place over January 7 to July, August movement. And then we can see there has been a rise in misinformation in the religious content as well, which actually been very crucial in situation of in a situation like Bangladesh. So how we can go ahead, or what are the challenges while we are figuring out this situation and we are trying to assess the polarization situation. So either we go for inclusivity, how we can remove this political fragmentation and make space for everyone, and also maintaining balance in international relations. That has been also a situation of concern. So when I discuss about this polarization of narratives, first I want to look into the political polarization, where we have seen that pro-democracy advocates celebrate it, how we see the 2024 movement. We can find that a pro-democracy advocate celebrates it as a people-powered rejection of authoritarian rule, corruption, and electoral manipulation. But a critic also points out that especially those aligned with the former ruling elites argue that the movement was co-opted by opposition parties or foreign influence forces to seize power under the guise of reform. The polarization has made it difficult to forge a unified national narrative, and that weakening transitional consensus building. So all the political narratives are being reinforced by the influencers, by the social media posts, by the social media algorithms, which are being very critical for shaping up this public opinion. And if we want to see how the new political actors are emerging, we can see that there is a post-movement development where we can find new political actors, like formation of a new political party of National Citizen Parties, NCP, that is by the student leaders, that is led by the students leader, and its alignment with or divergence from the movement's core democratic demands remain under scrutiny. So it is also creating many kinds of polarizing dialogues. And then we find how the old parties are, or the traditional parties are performing. Bangladesh Nationalist Party is another traditional party that is actively attempting to reclaim political relevance by positioning itself as the voice of democratic restoration. They are forming their points. They are making their points in favor of establishing democracy back in the country, and they are also working on how the freedom of expression can be reinstalled. And then we also see that there are some risk of populist authoritarianism reimagining. So concerns persist that the new political openings may give rise to these situations, and certain factions within political elite, religious right may seek to centralize power, suppress dissent, or manipulate transitional processes, echoing patterns observed in the post-authoritarian context. Then I want to cover a little about the nationalist narratives. So there has been always a competing history of 1971 Liberation War and how this quota movement was started. It also started with the word, with the what the word pronounced as Razakar, or and it was the word was like abused by the former government to the student leaders. So they started the movement. It actually fueled the movement in a bigger scale. But how these narratives actually being competing, that there has been identity debate now, that how these student leaders are interpreting the history of 1971 Liberation War, 1971 Liberation War. So there has been a narrative of political transition, and this has been a battle between true Bangladeshis and foreign collaborators. And this has been a situation for a long time. And then we see the competing campaigns are reasserting or rewriting the historical roles of their ideological predecessors, seeking symbolic legitimacy. And we also see the movement has reignited this debate of Bangladesh national identity, which should be secular, pluralist, or ethnically and religiously defined. The ideological war is reflected in media discourses, party platforms, and also in the educational institutes. Then comes another aspect of this narrative, which is mostly based on religion. So in that situation, as this was the main movement was fueled by the religious majority, so we are facing violence against the minorities sometimes, and that is also a matter of concern in this situation. And these developments against these minorities also about the and this raised concerns about the state's ability or willingness to protect religious minorities amid this political flux, and also the regional spread of Hindutva ideology coupled with India's alleged interest in shaping Bangladeshi narratives has created a ground for reactionary religious nationalism. Another religious political party, Jamaat-e-Islam, and other religious parties are also seeking to capitalize on the vacuum by reasserting themselves in the political sphere, while some claim to be reforming their history of communal politics and anti-secular agendas, cast doubts on their role in this pluralistic realm of the politics. So there has been a political vacuum which has created tension among the all over situation, and this can create opportunities and also can create risks as well. So if we want to see it as a very in a very positive way, we can see that we can see youth-led civic activism. We can see new political actors in the field of politics as it was dominated by one type of narrative for a long time. And then also we see there are risks as we see that institutions are kind of losing their control, and then we see ethnic polarization, and also we see that there are consolidation of different kinds of power agencies. So while summarizing this situation, this content, that we need to enhance the we need to enhance the space for political debate more, and we need to give the safeguard for the minority rights, and democratic institutions should be more strengthened, definitely. If we want to combat fake news and this situation of disinformation and misinformation, we must need to enhance the situation of media literacy. So there has been concerns and questions right now, as we have already mentioned for several times, that we are in a critical juncture. Are we going for united, fair, and actually a fruitful, productive reform, or we will be again be in the same arena? So that is a situation we are at now, because there are many kinds of narratives are taking place and many kinds of narratives are emerging. So that creates a very kind of debatable situation, and many kinds of arguments are taking place. So with this, I conclude my presentation here, looking for more discussions while we will have the question answer session.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Nandita, for a very detailed presentation wherein you enumerated and detailed the competing and polarizing narratives happening now in Bangladesh. You mentioned about the political narratives which are being espoused by different kinds of political organizations, even the past regime, the opposition parties, the interim government, the youth. You also talked about nationalist narratives and also religious narratives. And all of these are competing and polarizing. And therefore, it seems that there is a lack of unity now in Bangladesh, which is difficult because how can we move forward as a country if we have all these divisions? Of course, it is good that you were recommending some dialogue, inclusiveness in the end. But just to highlight the problem, we will have our third presenter, and she will be talking about the waning trust in Bangladesh democratic institutions. So, if you keep on hearing competing and polarizing narratives, then how can you keep trust in your democratic institutions? So we would have Ms. Nazia Afrin Monami to discuss this. She's an adjunct faculty at the University of Liberal Arts, Bangladesh. She is also a trainer at the Press Institute of Bangladesh and has been a media professional for almost 2 decades. So without further ado, let's give the screen to Nazia.
Thank you, Dr. Jude, and good afternoon, everyone. I will share my screen and start my presentation. Okay. Why is it? Sorry for the technical difficulties. Give me a moment, please. Sorry, I really apologize for this delay. I am a bit.
If you want, I can share.
Yeah,
Okay, we can
yeah,
see
it's
it
there.
now.
Okay, I'm really sorry for that. So, as a journalist and journalism educator, I will focus today on democratic institutions that directly relate to journalism, communication, and freedom of speech. Since July 2025, Bangladesh has entered a transitional phase, as we have heard from Kader and Nandita's presentation. Many institutions are undergoing significant changes. This moment allows us to reflect on the current condition of journalism and communication landscape. Journalism in Bangladesh has long operated within a complex environment shaped by legal constraints, state pressure, and political influence. Over time, key institutions such as the Election Commission, the judiciary, law enforcement have lost public trust. These bodies are often seen as aligned with specific political or economic interests. As a result, journalists frequently face barriers when accessing information, seeking legal protection, or reporting on sensitive issues. This has limited the ability of the press to function as an independent institution.
Teman-teman yang ada di sini,
Sorry.
dan nanti bisa masuk ke breakout room 1. Ini
So,
adalah
law
breakout room
enforcement
1 di
agencies
para
are
room sessions.
frequently involved in
Bisa pakai
actions
link
that
yang sudah
undermine
dibagi.
press
Apakah
freedom.
sudah dapat
Journalists have
akses
been
linknya?
subject to surveillance,
Mas,
interrogation, and
sudah dapat
arrest,
akses linknya
especially
nggak?
when reporting on topics
Belum ya?
involving political actors or security agencies. There have been
Nanti
instances
di-share
of
mungkin ya.
newsrooms being
Mas,
searched,
siapa namanya, Mas?
equipment confiscated, and reporters being threatened or
Arsyad, ya. Mas
detained
Arsyad,
without
siapa, Mas?
clear legal procedures. This
Salam
contributes
kenal.
to a
Loh,
growing
temennya
culture of
Mbak
caution
Nadine
and
sama Mbak
self-censorship
Alia.
in the profession.
Sos ya? Oh, PGMI.
So
Oke,
the
terima kasih
judiciary
banyak, Mas,
plays an
kedatangannya.
important
Bisa
role
gabung
in
juga
ensuring freedom of expression.
Mbak, ini saya
However,
kesana ya.
recent
Sebentar
trends
ya.
suggest that an increased use of
Nanti juga bisa
defamation laws,
menyampaikan
sedition charges, and
pertanyaannya ya
digital security
via
provisions against
chatbox
media
ataupun
professionals have been
secara
taken. Many
langsung.
of these cases do not progress beyond initial arrests or complaints, but they create a strong chilling effect. Journalists often hesitate to publish critical content for fear of legal consequences. This weakens the role of the media as a space for public accountability. State media in Bangladesh are often perceived as lacking independence. News coverage tends to reflect the interests of the government, which reduces the credibility of these outlets among viewers and readers, which is very, very understandable. Public broadcasters have not developed as institutions that represent a plurality of voices or critical perspectives. Young journalists increasingly seek opportunities in private or international media or leave the profession altogether. This trend highlights a deep disconnection between state media and the next generation of communicators. Social media platforms have expanded the space of communication, of course. Journalists, citizen reporters, and ordinary users now share information widely. In this sense, journalism has been democratized. However, this space is also vulnerable. This affects public opinion and weakens the reliability of information in circulation. The same tools that allow more people to speak can also be used to dominate discourse and marginalize others, as we have seen in Nondita's presentation. Bangladesh's communication landscape is now going through a transition, and it is on a critical juncture. Antonio Gramsci describes a situation of interregnum where the old order is no longer effective and the new order has not yet taken shape. Bangladesh's media and communication institutions appear to be in such a condition. This creates uncertainty, but it also opens up space for critical reflection on how these institutions should evolve. Understanding this transitional moment requires attention to both structural shifts and cultural change. Bangladesh's media environment is changing. The journalism and communication environment in Bangladesh is marked by both possibility and uncertainty. Trust in institutions is declining, and the space for expression is under pressure. At the same time, new technologies are changing how information is produced and shared. Understanding this moment requires a clear analysis of risks, constraints, and emerging practices. I will have some recommendations of what we can do at these situations. First is legal reform, review and amend laws that restrict freedom of expression, particularly the Digital Security Act. Clear distinctions should be made between legitimate criticism, misinformation, and incitement. Then we can think about judicial training and oversight, which can strengthen the judiciary's capacity to fairly handle cases related to media and expression. Training in media law and international standards can improve legal outcomes for journalists. Strengthening media institutions could reform public broadcasting to ensure editorial independence and professional integrity, encourage boards and management to include diverse voices from the journalism and academic communities. Supporting journalistic ethics and safety can develop institutional support systems, including training on digital security and legal literacy, especially for early career journalists. It can also provide access to legal and psychological assistance for those facing harassment. We can also work on ensuring digital platform accountability, which will promote transparency from social media companies regarding content moderation, algorithmic priorities, and political influence. Encouraging independent audits and public reporting on these practices would also help. Pluralism in media ownership is a dire need right now. Introducing policies that prevent excessive concentration of media ownership, encourage and development of community cooperative and non-profit media models to ensure accountability is very, very important. Media ownership transparency is also a necessity at this moment, because as we have seen in Bangladesh, the media ownership is always aligned with political parties or one or many agencies which kind of curtail the independence of journalists and editorial accountability. So there is a requirement of full disclosure of media ownership structures. This would help the public assess the credibility of outlets and understand the power relations behind news production. Transparent ownership also will deter covert political or business control over editorial policy. So that was me. I hope to receive questions in our question answer session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nazia, for your presentation. Okay, Nazia was talking about the waning trust in Bangladesh democratic institutions, and she mentioned specifically which institutions were these. She mentioned the Election Commission, the judiciary, the law enforcement, information service of the government as losing credibility among the population. And also, she zeroed in a lot about journalism or the press as being an institution wherein people are lacking trust nowadays. And she did mention many reasons why the press is losing their credibility. One reason is that they are not able to fulfill their function due to surveillance, arrests, raids, self-censorship. And that's why if the press is under pressure, how can it do its job properly? And if it cannot do its job properly, then of course people will not be trusting it. She mentioned about laws like the Cybersecurity Act that makes the press fear on discussing the truth. And just connecting this with the previous presentation, if the press cannot fulfill its duty, then how can it be that we would move forward from a society that's polarized with competing narratives? So it's like the population now will be very, very confused which narrative to believe in because the press is not able to do its job properly in clarifying, fact checking, verifying all these narratives that are competing. And because of that, like what Ms. Nazia mentioned, she believes that the media or the media landscape in Bangladesh needs to evolve, although it's not yet born. Okay, so she was quoting Gramsci. And of course, she gave recommendations on how to improve what reforms to do with the media so that it can improve its function. And it's similar to the one mentioned by Dr. Kader, which was the Media Reform Commission. So I think we can clarify that later on. Okay, so now let's go to the last presentation. So given polarization in Bangladesh, I will now be presenting why we need non-polarizing communication. Okay, so that will be my, okay, I'll be sharing my slide. And I'll be discussing non-polarizing communication. Okay, why we need it? Because Bangladesh, as you have heard, is at a critical juncture. It's at a crossroad. It's so polarized now, and so many competing narratives, many not agreeing with each other, no overarching narrative, and therefore there is a lot of divisiveness in the country. Okay, so I'll just show you. Well, you know, polarization is not only true in Bangladesh, it's true also in many countries in the world. And if we take a look at Edelman Trust Barometer, you know, the world is polarized, and this is what the data is showing. The Edelman Trust Barometer is telling us that there are 6 highly polarized countries, and these are Argentina, Colombia, US, South Africa, Spain, and Sweden. But this was conducted in 2023, and at the time, Bangladesh was not that polarized. But when we entered 2024 in Bangladesh, especially towards the end, we became highly polarized and up to now. And therefore, if the barometer study was done at this time, maybe Bangladesh would be one of the severely polarized countries. So if we look at the world, we can see that there's a lot of polarization, and a lot of our institutional leaders are not trusted anymore. So government leaders, journalists, and CEOs are those people who are distrusted by the population. Okay? Government leaders, journalists, and CEOs. So you could see this validates, in a way, what Ms. Nazia was saying a while ago about journalists in Bangladesh not being trusted because they cannot do their jobs due to laws and other measures taken against them. The most trusted leaders are scientists. Okay, so if we include academicians there, then good, people still trust us. Their personal co-workers, their personal CEOs, their personal neighbors are the ones trusted. So it's really showing that institutional trust is waning, but interpersonal trust is up. Okay, so you only trust now the people you know, your coworker, your CEO, your neighbor. But you do not trust people who lead the institutions like journalists, government leaders, and CEOs. Okay. So the Edelman Trust Barometer was done in 28 countries, 32,000 respondents, and there are around 1,150 respondents per country. And the countries are mentioned there. Indonesia is among the countries that was included in the barometer. And in 2023, it's showing Indonesia is one of the least polarized countries. Okay, so fortunate for Indonesia. But many countries are very polarized, and we try to question why is the world so polarized? And basically, it's largely due to communication factors. So let's look at the study of Moscovici. He examined French students' attitudes towards Americans and towards de Gaulle, which was their president at the time. So he found out in his experiment that attitudes towards Americans became more negative after discussion than before the discussion. and attitudes towards their president became more positive after the discussion than before the discussion. So it's trying to tell us that if we communicate with other people about a certain issue, it tends to harden our opinion and it leads to polarization. So in the first drawing illustration we have there, the neutral position is before we discuss something, the neutral position is somewhere in the middle, is somewhere near the middle, the guy in white. But after discussing, the average opinion became more negative. Okay? So group polarization, it talks about, it's a theory that group discussion reinforces the majority's point of view and shapes opinions to extreme. Therefore, when we communicate with other people regarding our position, the tendency is that we become more extreme in our opinion. Okay, so why do groups polarize? Well, basically, we emphasize our differences and pass it down. So we talk about how different we are from the Americans, then we hate them more and more and more, how they do things differently. And therefore, by talking about our biases and prejudices about a group of people, we tend to be more extreme. Okay, we highlight the differences. So that is how to understand what's happening in Bangladesh, why there are so many groups with so many polarizing, competing narratives, because as the more they talk about it, the more extreme they get into their positions. So everybody actually starts from a neutral position. So we have a neutral position when it regards to an issue. Okay, and we are like on top of a triangle. But then, once we move towards a positive or negative opinion towards the issue, it is a very steep triangle, and therefore it becomes stronger and stronger. We slip down to an extreme position, whether positive or negative. And once we slip down, it's so hard to get back on top. And for this reason, polarization, once it's there, it gets very entrenched. It's so hard to recover from it. Okay, so let's talk about the types of polarization because this is important. Sometimes polarization is just issue based or ideological. You might be a liberal or a conservative, and when an issue comes up, of course, you have an expression of, you will have an opinion depending on your ideological standpoint. Okay, and if it's high polarization, you could see it by the drawing. It can be symmetrical or asymmetrical. And if it's low polarization, you could see a mix. Okay, but ideological polarization is not that much dangerous in society, because even if you are conservative or you're a liberal or you're a centrist, sometimes there are agreements that come along with regards to certain issues. And that's why in the US, even if there's Democrats and Republicans, and they're divided among ideological lines, sometimes they cut across the aisle, they reach out, okay? Because for a particular issue, we may see things in the same way. Okay. Now, the problem now comes to letter C. So I'll just skip the partisan alignment. The problem is with affective polarization. Because in affective polarization, it's no longer your cognitive or your logic that gets into action. It's now the emotions. And therefore, you become pro or against a particular issue depending on how you feel about it. Okay, so it's not logical anymore, and it's about emotions. So when we talk about it about emotions, it can be you went to that opinion because of fear, because of anger, because of hate, uh, and other emotions because of surprise, and that's why that is the one leading the polarization now. It is about emotions. Okay, and when that happens, what takes place is that there will be an us versus them mentality. So now, you now look at the other people who are not the same opinion as yours as somebody who is outside, somebody who's not part of you. And therefore, you would have a bias and hatred against them. So it's an in group versus out group. If you identify with a group, whatever they say, you agree. If you detest, if other people are not part of you, the group that you belong to, then you say they're outside, and you hate them, and you'll do everything to destroy them. And that's why you could see that with effective polarization, violence does happen a lot, and it can take the form of physical violence, mental violence, or online violence against people,
Siap-siap
because
pertanyaan
you
kayaknya ini
don't
terakhir
consider
nih.
them part of you,
Ya,
you
saya dapat
don't
ya
consider them
pertanyaan-pertanyaannya ya.
as a human being like you,
Langsung di
they're
post aja
othered.
nggak apa-apa di chat
Okay?
box
And
atau
that's why
nanti mau
I
langsung
want to
live
give an
juga boleh.
example of the violence against
Mbak
out
Heni,
groups.
Mbak Dina,
So I'm showing here the
ada
picture of
Mbak
Maria
Nadine, Mbak
Reza, who won
Alia,
a
Mas
Nobel
Nuril, Mas
Peace Prize
Ilham, Mas Hatta ditunggu
a few
pertanyaan.
years ago, and she's a Filipino journalist. Now, she has been outgrouped a lot, and we know that she fought former President Duterte a lot, exposing his war on drugs, uh, the killings that the Duterte government has done against thousands of Filipinos, and she was reporting that through her agency called Rappler. And because she has been doing her job as a journalist, the former regime of Duterte kept on attacking, harassing, and then activating online groups against her. Okay, so they have their troll armies, and they were attacking her almost minute by minute. So now there's a study that was done by David Mass in 2021 about digital and physical safety, and he constructed the tag cloud about the most abusive terms against Maria Reza that was done. Okay, so he analyzed all the abusive terms that came out in Twitter, and then he made the tag cloud. Of course, in a tag cloud, if the what the font is bigger, that means more people talk about or mention that word. So liar, spreading lies, bitch, dumb, FU, shut up, fake news peddler, so moron, okay? So these were the most popular tweets against her. And you could see that it is really about hate. It's really about putting down the other person. And it's like you would not use these words really for a human being, but they do use it because even they put words like, if you look at her, the tweets against her, they even say that we hope you get raped. They even say that you are so ugly, you cannot pass as a woman. So they would say all these hateful things against her. And this happens because of affective polarization. They do not identify with her, they identified her as the other, and therefore all this hate they feel is justified to be given to her. Okay, but of course we know that no human being should be allowed to be treated this way. Now, I'm now moving towards social media and how it contributes to polarization. Because we see nowadays that many people are using social media a lot. And because people use social media a lot, they are now having diminished social connectivity. Because in the past, when you have these social connections with other people and you have a particular opinion, sometimes it balances off. People will tell you, why do you think that way? Maybe there's another way. So it's like other people, either your close friend, maybe an office mate, maybe your parent would tell, you could think of it in another way. But nowadays, people are very socially isolated, and therefore, whatever they read on social media does not get counterbalanced anymore. And the fact is, whatever you read in social media is also your own creation because social media is all about your algorithms that AI produces. And then because AI knows these are the things you want to read, these are your positions on certain issues, then it just shows you these in your feed again and again and again. And that's why there's a uh, diagram here wherein social media use leads to political polarization, leads to disinformation, and therefore it affects democracy in the end. So we can see, as mentioned by Nandita and Nazia a while ago, because of social media use, you could see a lot of polarizing narratives in Bangladesh social media, and therefore the question really is, how can our institutions really move forward? How can we move towards a democracy in Bangladesh? Because now, in a boxing rink, it's no longer boxing gloves that we need to hit each other. We just use our cell phones over social media. And therefore, I got this uh, political discussions on Facebook. So lots of likes and lots of comments. So if you get lots of likes, it means you are now in an echo chamber because this echo chamber um, agrees with you. Okay, they like all your opinions, etc. But then, if there are also like lots of comments wherein they attack you, they say bad things about your opinion, or say bad things like they do to Maria Reza. So flame wars is also the result. So in social media, it's not about being in the middle, wherein there is a valley of open-mindedness, wherein we can have productive discussions. No, it's either you have your echo chamber or you have your flame war. So productive discussion is very minimal in social media. And that is really uh, alarming, especially that there are four factors, according to Edelman Trust Barometer, that lead to polarization, like economic anxiety, institutional imbalance, the mass class divide. But for us, the battle for truth is also so important. So now, if there is no such thing as truth, wherein the truth is contested all the time, then how can you have productive discussion if truths are always alternative, if disinformation masquerade as facts? Okay? And that's why Ms. Nandita mentioned about the importance of fact-checking a while ago. Okay. So now, if we take a look at Statista, they showed us in the countries that had the most um, polarized statements on Facebook. Okay? And these are South Korea, Chile, US, Argentina, Spain, Brazil, Peru, and Mexico. And if you notice, the countries that are most polarized, stated by the Edelman Trust Barometer, are also the countries most engaged in culture wars in social media. So there seems to be some relationship between social media and trust and polarization. Okay, so this can be an issue that they talk about if they want abortion or not, or about the mask, if it's optional or it should be done. So they talk about this, and you can see this in social media a lot. So what this is saying to us is that communication can polarize. Okay? And because communication can polarize, we now need non-polarizing communicators. So now I'll be moving towards the last slide that I have. So what strategies can we have for non-polarizing communication? So the first one is about algorithmic transparency and ethical AI design. Because we know that in digital spaces, the design of algorithm deeply influences who speaks, who is heard, and how ideas circulate. Recommendation systems and news feeds optimized for engagement tend to prioritize content that confirms users' biases and stokes emotional responses, often reinforcing ideological divisions and reducing exposure to alternative views. So to counter this, the platforms like Facebook, like Twitter or X, uh, should commit to algorithmic transparency. Okay, they have to enable users and regulators to understand how content is filtered, recommended, and promoted. Ethical AI design must intentionally integrate anti-polarization objectives by promoting diverse perspectives, avoiding ideological sorting, and mitigating filter bubbles. The second one is dialogue focused content moderation. Because the dominant model of content moderation now is reactive, focused on removing harmful content. But this approach often fails to address the deeper problem of how conversations are structured. A more proactive model centered on dialogue oriented moderation, which promotes empathy, inclusion, and deliberative reasoning, should be the model and should be the architecture that we should have. We should have a deliberate design, which includes platform features like conversation prompts, structured listening modules, comment filters that reward civility and curiosity. The goal is not uniform agreement, but reciprocal agreement, essential for democratic discourse and accountable governance. The third strategy that we can use is about communication and digital literacy for resilience. In the age of AI and social media, citizens must be equipped not only to consume content, but to question, contextualize, and resist manipulation. So, communication literacy should include skills such as recognizing misinformation, resisting motivated reasoning, and identifying ideological framing. The fourth strategy that we can use is cross-sector collaboration and shared governance. No single actor can resolve the complex dynamics of polarization alone. Sustainable, non-polarizing communication requires multi-stakeholder cooperation between governments, civil society, academia, technologies, media, and communities. Such cross-sector collaboration can design, implement, and regulate communicative systems that uphold transparency, inclusion, and human rights. Then we can have a strategy of strategic framing and narrative sensitivity. Communication that bridges divide, divides not only does not only avoid controversy. Okay, we have to reframe. Strategic framing involves crafting messages that resonate with shared identities, humanize opponents, and emphasize common goals. And therefore, we have to teach people that instead of putting down people and giving hate, they have to reframe their messages so that it is sensitive and has humanizing components. So it would be good if we can develop an AI wherein we can put our message to that, and then the message will make it more humane, okay, more empathetic, make it more non-hateful, okay, if we can do that. So it's important to have narrative sensitivity. And the last strategy is countering disinformation and the weaponization of the truth. Okay, so the truth is now a battleground, and we find many populist governments frequently weaponizing accusations of untruthfulness to erode institutional legitimacy and inflame public sentiment. In fact, that is what Nazia emphasized a while ago, wherein, yes, if the truth is not really clear anymore because the media or the journalists cannot ascertain it, then it is a win for populist governments that want to manipulate a population. And therefore, we should use the truth as a weapon. We need to correct falsehoods. But when we correct a falsehood, it must be paired with empathetic engagements. Otherwise, if we just tell them you are lying, you're telling a lie, okay, you're so stupid. If we give out statements like that are not empathetic, we will only provoke backlash due to identity protection mechanisms and due to in-group, out-group orientations of people. So I would be ending here with the strategies for non-polarizing communication. Okay, so just to end the whole uh, panel. Okay, so the panel talked about polarization and democracy in Bangladesh. We started with the context given by Dr. Kader about what is happening now in Bangladesh after the ouster of Sheikh Hasina. He said that the country is in a crossroads at a critical juncture. Okay? And this is especially shown by Ms. Nandita's explanation, presentation of polarizing and competing messages in social media, which makes people a lot confused in the country. What should we believe in anymore? Okay? And because of these polarizing and competing narratives, there is now waning trust in democratic institutions in Bangladesh, especially since journalists cannot do their job properly. And of course, Ms. Nazia was advocating for some media reforms. Okay? But in the end, it's not only media that needs to reform, but we need to do something, change the whole architecture in social media use so that non-polarizing communication will dominate and not the way it is right now, wherein it's a very divided social media, which divides the people, which limits trust in democratic institutions and limits the way Bangladesh will move forward in its democracy. So I hope that this has enlightened everyone. So thank you very much. We're now open for question and answer. Okay, who would like to ask questions? Oh. Okay. Okay, so there's a question for Ms. Nandita. The question is, how do social media platforms like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook facilitate the spread of polarizing narratives? Are these platforms primarily leveraged by political actors to amplify divisive content, or can they be harnessed to counter misinformation through efforts like media literacy campaigns and fact-checking initiatives?
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, when we were discussing and I was almost finishing my presentation, I was also mentioning about the importance of fact-checking devices and about the combating misinformation. We also wanted to highlight on that. We all understand that Facebook, as Dr. Jude was also mentioning, that Facebook and Instagram and all these social media platforms actually operate by the algorithms. And when we live in the echo chamber, we get similar information repeatedly. And with the emergence of AI and deepfake videos, as we were looking into, and one of our fact-checking information, Dismiss Lab, or organization, Dismiss Lab, done their study on the spread of misinformation in last 1 year. They also found that most disinformation, misinformation were circulated over the political parties. And there were many deepfake videos, there were many manipulated contents over the internet. There were many manipulated photo cards, which actually said many quotations from different party leaders, different political leaders, and different public figures. So definitely social media created that echo chamber for Bangladeshi netizens. And they created that situation that where we got actually confused, like many times we are seeing these fabricated contents. And then definitely, if we do more campaigns on media literacy, there is no other alternative than media literacy and social media literacy and digital literacy. Otherwise, this confusion will never go away, and this will be same for a long time. And actually, if we see other regions, this is same situation. After any kind of uprising, there is a confusion time comes after any kinds of uprising. And as we live in the era of social media, in huge influence of social media, we have to be more cautious about what we see and what we spread and what we want to believe. I think there should be the implementation of media literacy in every level of education. Have I kind of?
Thank you very much, Ms. Nandita. Now there's a question for Nazia.
Yes, I
So
can
you
see that.
mentioned, yeah. Okay,
Okay.
so yeah.
So should I take the question?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So yes, of course, Media Reform Commission has made similar recommendations, and they have made another recommendation which has a very long-term effect, and which we have been fighting for a very long time, which is for the sustainability of the industry. We have long been pressing on that issue that the media industry in Bangladesh is not very sustainable. As I was mentioning in my presentation, we have media ownership in Bangladesh has always been motivated, always been agenda based. Therefore, we have always faced an issue with the sustainability of the industry, because the journalists were again and again where they were facing issues with their own careers. How sustainable are their careers? So again, when they cannot be certain about their own careers, they cannot focus on ensuring good journalism, ensuring good practices. So Media Reform Commission made a recommendation that there should be a salary structure for the journalists. There should be time and again there was this wage board for the print journalists, but there were no such structure for the broadcast journalists. And now we have digital platforms. There is a mushroom growth of digital platforms where journalists are being employed. Well, not journalists. I mean, people are being employed from different, different sectors, different educational backgrounds, and they're given the credentials of a journalist, and they are doing journalism without the proper education or training. So therefore, you can see how malpractices are being encouraged by that. So they also kind of suggested that there should be some criteria through which journalists should be employed. So these are also very, very necessary reform suggestions that should be, being practiced not only for now, or not only but for, for the future as well, so that the industry becomes more strong and sustainable, so that good practices can continue.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Nazia. Do we have more questions from from the floor? Okay, if there are no more questions, then we will be ending our panel here. So thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so we'll just say goodbye. Okay. Okay. Hello, Ibu. Hello. Nice to see you, Ibu.
Yeah. Yes, I have a question for Nandita, I think. Yeah. Yes, I'm interested to just welcome. Yeah, echo. Like this, maybe? Still echo. I think, but please let that's all then, yeah. Nazia or Nandita?
Nandita, you want to take that? I think better you take that because you have been working as a journalist yourself.
Okay, so thank you so much. That is such a great question you have asked, because I have been working as a journalist for 20 years now, and I have seen through my career that media ownership has always been aligned with any or other political party. So what has happened is, since in Bangladesh, media has not developed as a money-making industry, like in the US or even in India. India, in our neighboring country, media industry is self-sustainable. It's a money-making, they see it as a money-making industry. But in Bangladesh, the practice has historically been that media industries are generally, a media house is kind of sister concern of a mother organization. So the mother organization belongs to an industrialist who wants to use this outlet as their own mouthpiece. So basically what happens is whenever a political regime comes in power, they want to have certain mouthpieces of their own so that they can kind of, use those mouthpieces to, for their own motivation or for their own agenda. That has been historically the practice in Bangladesh. But of course, there always have been, alternative platforms, and there were journalists who were trying to do their jobs, being part of those, media houses. But that has been historically the practice, and when one political party is at power, their ideologies are being reflected through those media platforms. So if it is a, center right political party, their ideology would be reflected through those media houses who are aligned with those with the political party. So and again, as I have said in my presentation, the state broadcasters or state-owned, state-sponsored media houses. There has been a practice of that as well. Um, the state broadcaster, which is the Bangladesh Television, BTV, is reflecting, though it is supposed to be an autonomous body, but it is always reflecting the ideology of the state, i.e., who is in power, the political party that is in power. So after the regime fall, after the fascist regime was fallen last year, we were hoping for a change in the media landscape. We were hoping that this tradition would change. But we have seen that different political ideologies are being adopted in the media houses. For example, the opposition party, which have been suppressed for so long, BNP, and also the radical political entity, Jamaati Islami. Both of these parties, we can see the presence of both of these parties' ideologies in the major media houses right now, being reflected in their media coverage. Also, we are seeing a kind of the same practices being repeated again in the media landscape. So we are trying to pinpoint those. I think what I see is it is deep rooted in our subconscious, I think. That we can this long tradition of self-regulation and self-censorship has taken root in our subconsciouses. So in our, I can see actually the collective unconscious, it has taken root in there. So we have to kind of unwind those, unlearn those practices to, make space for the good ethical practices. Did I answer you?
Okay, yes. Thank you, Nazia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nazia. Do we have more questions from the floor? If not, Kartika, you can take over.
Thank you very much, Prof. Jude, for a very insightful perspective from Bangladesh. And we also extend our gratitude to Ms. Nazia Afrin and Ms. Nandita Tabassum. And then I think we also have Dr. Muhammad Abdul Qadir. Right. Well, now as the session is finished, we invite ceremony, which is going to be scheduled at 3 p.m. Jakarta time. It's like 20 minutes ahead from now. And you are invited to join the main rooms. Thank you very much, Prof. Jude and teams from ULabs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And bye.
Bye.
Nadine, Ilham, bersiap.
Biar ngurusi Icon-Demost dulu ya.
Partisipan bisa mendekat ke bawah ya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We now come to the final part of today's agenda, which is the closing ceremony. The first agenda is closing keynote address by Professor Sadan Kumar Ghosh, President of International Society of Waste Management, Air and Water. We invite him to deliver his speech.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm very happy to be in this valedictory session, and I convey my greetings to dignitaries and delegates in third International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformation at its valedictory program. I must congratulate the organizers and the management of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences of the State Islamic University Wali Songo Semarang, Indonesia. It was a great experience when I visited the university in 2018. The topic democracy and social transformation is a very appropriate and timely when the world is shaking with the jaw as well as confusion of the presence of different new technologies, including the artificial intelligence. New technological development have been transformative in recent years, having a profound and multifaceted impact on society, influencing various aspects of life, from communication and work to healthcare and the environment. While technology offers numerous benefits like increased productivity, better access to information, and improved healthcare, and improvement in many areas, it also presents challenges such as job displacement, privacy concern, and the potential of misuse. There have been epoch-making breakthroughs, especially in information and communication and space technologies. Solutions like artificial intelligence, advanced robotics, and digital transformation are profoundly reshaping industries and our daily lives. They boost productivity across multiple sectors. According to a report of McKinsey Global Institute, AI alone could contribute an additional 30.
Recording in progress.
The explosive rise of regenerative AI is already transforming journalism, finance, and medicine. But it could also have a disruptive influence on politics. For example, a chatbot, how to navigate a complicated bureaucracy or to help drafting a letter.
Recording in progress.
Is there any problem in listening? Can you listen, please? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we
All right.
can hear you now.
So, however, on the other hand, the same technology, with its potential to produce disinformation and misinformation at scale, threatens to interfere with democratic representation, undermine democratic accountability, and corrode social and political interface and trust. One potential factor is the proliferation of artificial intelligence and robotics, according to a team of researchers led by Chicago Butch, Joshua Conrad Jackson, and Adam White. The more exposed people are automation technology, the researchers find weaker their religious beliefs. They argue that the relationship is not coincidental and that there are meaningful properties of automation which encourage religious decline. Conducting scientific research of democracy and humanity within the context of sustainable development, integrating humanity's values and principles into social, political, and technological processes are vulnerable in the present situation. The role of women, the role of women needs to be revisited by the nation to for enhanced empowerment of women in all spheres of life. The topic discussed in the conference attract attention to the global audience to produce a scientific publication addressing the intersection of democracy and humanity. And I'm quite sure that the conference will come out with an effective publication and will have a greater impact on the subject, on the participants, as well as the society. I once again thank you very much, the organizers, for inviting me in such a wonderful conference. Thank you once again to my friends, Professor Abi, and other friends in Semeram, and I hand over to the coordinator of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Satam Kumarkos, for your valuable insights.
The second agenda is closing keynote address by Professor August Perdetto from Helmut Schmidt University, Germany. We invite him to deliver his speech.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. May I share some facts with you? So, thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words at the end of this rich and thought-provoking conference. And let me just say, great to see some familiar faces from Semarang again, even if just online. Professor Musbah, Sulfa Elizabeth, Peter Suwarno, Muhammad, Kartika, and all the other ones. Salam Hanga dari Hamburg.
Terima kasih.
Did you see my file? You did not?
No, we haven't.
No, doesn't matter. So I do it without files. No problem about this. Really happy to see you all. And I just must confess right away, I won't even attempt to summarize what have we heard over the past hours. That would be impossible. Too many essential and diverse aspects of our central theme, democracy and sustainability, have been discussed. The range of topics, and that was mentioned before, has been remarkable, from the role of religion to empowerment of women to environmental issues. Instead of a summary, allow me to offer a few reflections from a different angle, from a current European angle and perspective. I believe some of these observations may also be relevant for Indonesia and Southeast Asia. Let me begin with Europe's most acute problem today, Russia's war against Ukraine. This war has now lasted for more than 3 years, and its consequences for democracy and sustainability are devastating. This doesn't only concern the subordination of politics, of civilian life, of economies to the demands of warfare in the two directly affected countries. It affects all of Europe. We are now currently witnessing a remilitarization of unprecedented scale in Europe, something we have not seen since the 1960s, in other words, for more than 60 years. And it's not just about military buildup. This also affects our civilian societies. In several key European countries, we are reintroducing compulsory military service. Until now, this has been largely voluntary. This shift also affects our mentality. We speak less and less about compromise and cooperation, and more about conflict and enemies and how to defeat them. Our economies are no longer primarily focused on sustainability goals, but increasingly on the production of military goods. From an environmental and climate perspective, what is currently happening in Europe is a massive setback. Where does this war and this broader development come from? I cannot go into detail here, but I want to highlight one essential factor, a factor that plays a major role in conflicts and violence all over the world: nationalism. Nationalism is the ideology that one ethnic group or one nation is superior to others, that it is entitled to dominate. It is based on a belief in ethnic or national superiority. This thinking is expressed in slogans like "my country first," "my nation first," or even "my ethnicity first." When this ideology becomes dominant in a society, peaceful coexistence becomes nearly impossible. We in Europe know this all too well. Europe is a continent of many countries, ethnicities, languages, and cultures. and also internal diversity within each country. Where people agreed on equality and participation, we achieved peace. Where nationalism became strong, we saw conflict and violence. World War I began in Europe. Its root cause was nationalism. World War II began in Europe. Its root cause was nationalism. And today, sadly, the pattern is not so different. Let me move to a second acute challenge we face in Europe with regard to democracy and sustainability: Donald Trump. He's demanding that European NATO partners spend 5% of their GDP on defense. Currently, we spend an average of around 2%. That would mean more than doubling our defense spending. But Trump's demand is not primarily about Russia. He doesn't see Russia as the main threat. He sees China as the top strategic priority. From the US point of view, NATO is to become part of an American-European military alliance to contain China. I believe this is the wrong approach. Yes, every country needs a solid defense in case it is attacked, but it is counterproductive to develop and deploy weapon systems that threaten others with destruction or that prepare us for the offensive annihilation of any enemy. Because if we do that, the other side will do the same. Defense should be about defending, not provoking escalation. In truth, Europe's problem is not Donald Trump. It's how we respond to Donald Trump. We could say in Europe, we will take responsibility for our own defense, we will ensure security on our continent, and we will build our own European order. But now, right now, many European leaders prefer to align themselves closely with the US. They feel safer that way because the US remains the most powerful military force on the planet. But the world does not become safer when everyone rearms. It becomes more dangerous. A world with more weapons is a world with less democracy and less sustainability, because we'll have fewer resources left to address our society's real challenges and to support democracy and sustainability around the world. And we set a poor example. Others will follow suit. They will also invest more in rearmament and war preparation. This triggers a downward spiral. Right now, China spends about 1.7% of its GDP on defense. If China were to raise that to 5%, it would triple its military spending with massive consequences for the entire region. Countries from India to New Zealand would feel much more threatened. Let me conclude with a fundamental observation. There's a close connection between nationalism and militarization. Nationalist ideas of superiority go hand in hand with a prioritization of military power and readiness for war. Nationalists tend to be particularly convinced that both internal and external enemies are plotting to destroy their nation, and that only military strength can protect them. One of Europe's most thoughtful political leaders, French President François Mitterrand, declared in a speech to the European Parliament just a year before he passed away in 1996, "Nationalism means war." Many people in Europe and elsewhere have forgotten this, but it remains true. If you are serious about democracy and sustainability, You cannot at the same time be a nationalist. Now, after such a serious message, let me leave you with something a bit lighter. Democracy and sustainability may sometimes feel like a never-ending uphill climb, but compared to climbing defense budgets, carbon emissions, and ego-driven politics, I'd say it's the best mountain to be on. At least up there, the air is clean and the company is interesting. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, Professor August Prudento, for your valuable remarks.
The third agenda is closing remarks, which will be delivered by Professor Tolhatul Khoir, Vice Dean 1, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Islamic State University, Wali Songo, Semarang. We invite him to deliver his speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad. Our Honorable Rector of Wali Songo State Islamic University, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, distinguished speakers, maaf tidak hafal, harus saya sebut satu persatu, izinkan saya ngepek, Profesor Peter, Profesor Suat Ali, Profesor Aspinal, Profesor Andi Fefta, Profesor Misbah Zulfa Elizabeth, harus disebut, kalau tidak disebut bisa dipindah ke Untak nanti. The most influential speaker, Professor Ghosh and Professor Pradeto. As we come to the close of this international conference on democracy and social transformation, allow me, on behalf of my dean, on behalf of the entire organizing committee and my institution, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, to express very, deepest gratitude to each and all of you speakers, your presence, your insight, and your passionate engagement have made this conference not just memorable, but also, meaningful. Also meaningful for us together. We are especially honored to have hosted such an esteemed group of scholars and practitioners from across the globe. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, your research, and your conviction. You have inspired us. Over the day, from morning to this afternoon, we have rethought democracy and humanity through the lens of sustainability and artificial intelligence. Each speaker brought a unique voice to the conversation, rich with urgency, critical depth, and hope. So, across all this presentation, we have been reminded that democracy is not itself sustaining. It demands vigilance, it demands moral clarity, and in the age of AI and accelerating change, we are called to ensure that technology does not override humanity, but rather uplift it. Ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, kira-kira saya bisa memahami begitu dari banyak speaker tadi. Demokrasi must not only be procedural, it must be ethical, inclusive, and human-centered. Finally, let this conference not be end of our conversation, but the beginning of new collaboration across discipline, institution, and countries. Let us move forward with shared commitment to, in my opinion, there are three agenda. The first is advance democratic values. The second is uphold human dignity, and the third is innovate responsibly for future generation. To our students and young scholars, the future is yours to shape. May you do so with empathy, with excellence, and with courage. Finally, let us go forward with shared belief that democracy, if it is to survive, must speak not only language of law and politics. Demokrasi tidak harus hanya bicara tentang hukum dan politik, but also the language of justice, truth, and love. Tapi juga harus bicara tentang keadilan, kebenaran, dan cinta. Okay, thank you. One more, thank you. I apologize profusely, and see you at the next Icon-Demost, and God willing, inshallah, we will hold this international conference in 2027. Insyaallah, insyaallah. Semoga umur kita semuanya panjang, dikaruniai keberkahan dunia akhirat. Amin, Allahumma amin. Mohon maaf sekali lagi. Wallahu yuwaffiquna ila sawa'is sabil. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Hatul Khoir.
Finally, the final agenda is closing. Let us end the series of events of the Third International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformation by reciting Hamdalah together.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. That concludes the series of events for the Third International Conference on Democracy and Social Transformation. I'm Ilham, together with Natin, as your Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Photo session.
Boleh nggak kelihatan? Udah di